I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party, where we expose the puppetry of the New World Order, Donald Trump, for what he is. We have a big task ahead. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Sustainable Saturday, and frankly, we don't have sustainability right now. We've got a president who is literally driving us into a very, very dangerous place, where our country will turn into a civil war. We used to think that this wasn't possible, that the likelihood of people being that angry or desperate would never happen. That there's no way our leaders would be so stupid as to ruin our food supply or shut down our economy. And lo and behold, they did. You got some buffering? Okay. Well, you've got the other options to watch us over at D Live if you want. Yeah, there's a lot of people slamming our show right now, DDoSing. You can go over there too. So we're seeing a president act as a total puppet of the New World Order, announcing to everybody that he wants to vaccinate everyone. That's a pretty messed up thing to do. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Here he is out in front of the White House a few days ago saying this. And we don't have a big problem, by the way. The number of COVID deaths are not that high relative to, tuberculosis is way up there. COVID's way down here. The number of COVID deaths are also being pumped up and padded by these people using statistical maneuvers, judo, if you will, statistical judo, where they pretend like all the pneumonia deaths that are happening are all COVID deaths, or is anybody getting sick in the hospital is a COVID death. Let's listen to Trump announce to all of his supporters that he wants to force vaccinate.
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not really going around at all. In fact, it's not spreading. They're padding the statistics. The virus, whatever it is, it can easily be managed with your own defenses. Your immune system, all of us, pretty much just need to be healthy. We can beat any virus that comes our way. So the problem that we're having is a president who's so disconnected that he believes Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, who really are at the low level of their field, don't really know cutting edge information. Both of them have been bureaucrats all their lives and just filled a space in the government and have actually done some pretty bad things. Dr. Fauci has done really bad things to sabotage AIDS, and so has Dr. Birx. AIDS viruses were being revealed as having contaminant viruses in them that could cause cancer. And people have gone out of their way to reveal this to Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci turned on one woman, Judy Mikovits, a doctor, a PhD in her field, had done ample research to prove this, that 28 million vaccines have been completely contaminated. And she lost her everything, all her research, and Fauci said she'll never work again in her industry, and she pretty much never did. So she's come forth with the help of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I can tell you that his work explaining things has been wonderful, even though he has a spasmodic dysphonia, a serious disease of his throat, and he talks kind of in a way you can barely understand him. But he does pretty well considering, and we're listening. And I'll tell you, I tuned in many years ago. We have open lines coming up. Yeah, I suppose we could talk a little bit later. Sarah's on the phone right now, so. They want to make it so they shut down our entire country. That's their big goal. So they're going to promote civil strife in our country, and Donald Trump is now telling people to go out and protest, which is sad. The first president in U.S. history that's ordered people to protest. He never provided leadership telling the governors that you cannot violate our First Amendment right to assemble by telling us we get ticketed. And we've got people in our government who have admitted that. The weird thing is, Cuomo is now authorizing $500 tickets to people who go out and violate laws.
Everything we're doing is basically voluntary on behalf of people, right? Everything we're doing is basically voluntary on behalf of people, right? State government, local government, federal government doesn't have the power to enforce stay-at-home orders. If 19 million people said, I'm going out today, they would go out.
As they should. Now, this is one statement from a liar who's been implementing plans to instead charge people $500 tickets by leaving their home or standing too close to somebody. It's just ridiculous. And he says this thing at one side of his mouth, and on the other side he wants to impose tickets on people. All those tickets are illegal and unconstitutional. If I were you, don't react violently. If you get a ticket, just take the ticket and put it on your shelf at home. And remember, if you get me to the presidency, none of you will have to pay a single ticket to any state, local government because they violated your First Amendment right to assemble. Leaving your house is your God-given right. Yeah, last time we had a Republican as a president, we ended up with thousands of lives lost, an economy ending in a great recession. But let's not forget that Democrats have led us there too. FDR obviously was a Democrat. He pulled us out of a recession, kind of, but not really. He simply borrowed money. If you want to look at the Republicans and the Democrats, their track record, the Republicans have a track record of supporting big business and ruining our economy by sucking it dry. That's what Trump did. He cut $5.5 trillion out of our potential budget by giving tax breaks for the rich. Now, the Democrats have done the same thing. They bankrupted us as well by spending money we don't have, like FDR did. So it goes both ways. If you want to target the Republicans or the Democrats, I would urge you to target both parties, because both parties are remiss in this matter. Either way, we are dealing with a whole new set of problems. Forced vaccinations are not on the agenda for Americans. And we don't need a puppet for a president. So all these things are part of a new world order that has been thrust right in front of us. Now, Trump's approval ratings are going to really go through a lot of changes real soon when the people find out in the Republican Party that Trump wants to force vaccinate. You've seen the time lapse of the changes going on in Trump's presidency. States shift in various directions at various times, and it can go definitely against the red and move toward the blue at any given time. It all depends on whether Trump really does want to push for forced vaccinations, and so far he does. So people who are Christian know that forced vaccinations include the chip, and they won't vote for Trump in the upcoming election. I will never force vaccinate people and ship them against their will. I will never do that. We will never force you to do anything regarding your body. There's something very wrong with a country that wants to herd inoculate when a virus is mutating. There's no way you can herd inoculate when a virus is mutating, nor can you build a vaccine for a mutating virus. Anybody who believes that they have a vaccine for this virus is mistaken. We heard the hot mic coming out of the Washington, D.C. area. Donald Trump had a little momentary time before the meetings, and he had his people talking about what was going on. And one guy was wearing a mask and said, there's nothing to worry about. And the other guy said, yeah, we all have our vaccines. Here's the hot mic. I'll show it to you again. Hang on.
So, Doug, all right, man. You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to
Is it really? That's reassuring.
USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway. No, Dave.
You can take out the mask, Doug. The case fatality rate's like 0.1 to 0.3 according to USC.
Is it really? That's reassuring.
USC.
Everybody here's been vaccinated anyway.
USC and LA County Public Health come up with a study. They found that there's 7,000 cases in California, but they really believe that there are anywhere from 221,000 to 442,000 people who are infected.
Really?
Yeah.
So that makes it 0.1 to 0.3. Does a study to come out by doing?
Yeah, just give it to them. So it suggests the case fatality rate is 10.
Seems.
Wow.
Which puts you right in line with the flu.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
So it was a hoax.
I don't think it was a hoax.
Yeah, well, it's worse than a hoax. It's a psyops. It's a psyops against our country. It's an attempt to take over our nation's rights, our freedoms. This is a suppression of our individual freedom, everybody. And your ignorance is their power. Okay, so I urge all of you to recognize that our president has already acted illegally by telling we are shutting down the economy. There is no precedent for our country to be shut down at any time. It was an illegal act, unconstitutional act to shut down our economy. So he was wrong in that regard. If you believe this is a terrible virus and you're one of those libtards that says, oh no, it's terrible. This is a chart showing the amount of people that die every day. And from what? And at the top is tuberculosis. Yeah. Right here. And next to that is hepatitis B. Yeah, so down here is the COVID-19 deaths. We're overreacting. At the very least, that much you can say. Okay? Why would that justify forced vaccinations or mass inoculation or herd immunity? It doesn't, does it? It's a total joke. Yeah, and they're trying to round us up and herd us like farm animals. I'm serious. We have to start thinking collectively, but about our individual freedom. So while they claim that they're doing the right thing for the most of us are saying, screw that, you're not going to stick a needle in us. All right, well, anybody making any threat against me is going to be banned automatically, so I'll unban them, okay? Thank you. Yeah, and the vaccines have things in them like disinfectants. You know that, right? Yeah, no chips, no vax for me, thank you. And a lot of the Christians who laughed at Donald Trump, and he had libtards that laughed at Donald Trump when he said, oh, a disinfectant will stop the disease. What about injecting it? people laughed. They thought he was a joke. That our president would suggest we inject disinfectant, when in fact vaccines are filled with thimerosal, which is a known disinfectant with mercury in it, formaldehyde, which is a disinfectant they use to embalm people with. That's in the vaccines. They don't tell you, but there's a gelatinous material in vaccines that has Roundup in it. That's been tested. They've found smart dust in the vaccines. Oh yeah. And worst of all, Dr. Mikovits said that they put viruses in there that are known to cause cancer. And she's the one who reported 28 million different people have been infected with these vaccines, and that lost her job. Here she is, Judy Mikovits.
COVID-19 is covering up 40 years of we put all these viruses and drove these pandemics through populations. Contagious cancer. Look at the exploding cancer rates. Look at Lou Gehrig's. We have bucket challenges, and all we ever knew was Lou Gehrig. Look at the environmental toxins, not just the viruses, but the aluminum, the formaldehyde, these mandated vaccines, that all liability was removed when Tony Fauci stood next to Ronald Reagan in 1986. So what it makes me feel when I look at that TV, I can't even describe the horror. Why are these people, Robert Redfield, all these people, everyone knew they committed these crimes in the 80s.
Yep. And she's the one who made that very, very clear. Now, we've got if you have any questions about your rights, all of them are protected under the Affordable Care Act. And you can read about the rights of citizens even in the UK at this location. Forced vaccines are illegal on a constitutional level, as well as legalities regarding consent. Laws regarding patient rights, including the patient rights contract that Bill Clinton created, that was carried over with the Affordable Care Act, all carried forward. It all covers you. You cannot be forced to do something against your rights as a patient. They can't inject you. They can't even COVID test you legally. They're open to a massive lawsuit, not just civil, but criminal as well. Because remember, to stick a needle in you is a criminal assault against your body. They can't do that. Hi. So Donald Trump was ironically, unwittingly, saying that he wanted to inject disinfectant on us. So he not only wants to inject us with vaccines, he wants to inject us with disinfectant. Yeah, you can research the case law in England, and that also applies to the U.S. because the U.S. and UK case law can coexist. It's all run out of the same legal parameters of the bar. So you can actually apply case law from the UK to the US as well. Much of our legal matters are handled under the same set of laws. Similar. In England, you're guilty until proven innocent. In America, you're innocent until proven guilty. So you have even more rights than they have there. Oh yeah, you have all your rights. They're intact, folks. You just have to assert them. The Second Amendment right is your right to defend yourself against anyone violating your Fourth Amendment right, which is your right to privacy. So you can apply the Second Amendment to the Fourth Amendment, and anyone who tries to stifle your right to assemble, you can apply that as well. That's why the people in Michigan are making a point of going around with their guns, open carry, in front of the socialist leader they have, the governor, who really is out to lunch. But no worse than our vice president. My goodness, he just went after a reporter that showed this picture. You can imagine that. Yeah, a reporter that revealed this and said, by the way, he's not wearing a mask and everyone else is. That reporter is being punished by the United States government under Mike Pence. He made a point of going after her. So just simply saying that. So if somebody says something about someone else in American politics now, they're considered illegal if if the other person doesn't like what they're saying. Thank you, butt sniffer. You're a different butt sniffer, I see that. Yeah. Forced will only happen in stealth mode. Yeah. Well, you have every right to defend yourself using your Second Amendment to defend your other amendments. So that's why your Second Amendment is in place, in case you were wondering. Our forefathers actually had a great idea in creating the Second Amendment as one of the Bill of Rights amendments to the Constitution, because they realized that the only guard against tyrannical rule that we had experienced in England was through their Second Amendment. The reason why we were able to separate from England and build our country and create the sovereign nation of the United States of America was because we had our weapons. And we had them at the time. Had we had no weapons and the English muskets were the only thing out there, we would have lost that war. They're not, no, don't say your rights are gone. You have to defend them. Yeah, Pence was saying, do as I say, not as I do. I can't believe Pence would even do that without even, protecting himself. It seems like Pence is a little asleep at the switch, like his brain, it's not working right. I'm looking quite younger than I was last time I banned you. Well, I've been using a different type of, you probably know about the Fountain of Youth water I picked up. I have Fountain of Youth water. I went to the Fountain of Youth and I found it. Yeah, you don't have to inject yourself with anything. You just spray Fountain of Youth water on yourself and you look good. Yeah. Yesterday I was a little burnt out. I didn't have enough sleep under my belt. You can see it in the video too. But I've been getting more and more sleep as a result of trying to turn in a little earlier. The show goes on till 1 and I try to get into my bed by 2. But when I stay up till 3:40 in the night processing links, that's when I lose sleep. A few nights during the week I stayed up till 3:40. One night I stayed up till 4 in the morning. I'm supposed to go to bed by 2. All right, so we've got a hornet that's coming our way from northern Washington. Apparently, entomologists at Washington State University have found a hornet that is a cannibal. And it produces a venom that is poisonous to human beings. As if we didn't have to worry about this, They're the world's largest. They can grow as much as 2 inches in height. They aren't usually aggressive to humans unless their nests are disturbed, but their stings are venomous enough to kill someone who gets stung multiple times. They're this big. Well, the good news is we're being doused so heavily with chemtrails in our area that it's more than likely those things will die off along with all the honeybees. And if that doesn't kill them, we've got a special weapon. It's called the 5G network. Yeah.
Let's not forget the real silent killer.
Yeah, you're looking at an animation or a possible program, we don't know. It looks like a program can work in an open space with interactive 5G currents and triangulate a signal with 2 concentric parallel lines that would ultimately hurt somebody. That's the reality that could happen. You could be in that target area. Now, if you are that target, God forbid, it would immediately take away your oxygen and oxidize the oxygen, forcing your lungs to collapse. And boil your eyeballs, too. And you have hard-boiled eggs for eyeballs. See that? So this is a serious threat to mankind, and I don't think we can ignore it.
This is your future if you do not stop it now.
So let's stop it now. Let's get safety tests done on the 5G network. What do you say? It's about time we do that, don't you think? I mean, we got a lot of problems going on in our world. Without 5G testing, we can't really even move forward with 5G. That's my take. So I've come up with a better solution to deal with a problem that most people who are running wouldn't even think of. Instead of recognizing the dangers of 5G and then saying that we're going to hurt the 5G system, that's not my plan at all. I want to create the 5G Plus plan with Faraday shields and limiters that will prevent dangerous field radiation from happening. Nobody else has a plan like this, and this is why I came up with the concept. Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. And I think it's worthwhile talking about eventually. Well, I can see why we're going to need the 5G network, because they're going to be rolling out autonomous cars. I get that. They're going to have autonomous robots that can walk around and do this kind of stuff. That's coming. We're not going to be able to prevent that. Unless we democratize, we'll never be able to control what these robots do, too. So, if we don't start stepping up and leading, our president has already forged a deal with the devil, and God knows what they're planning. Yeah. Here's a picture of our president. Hang on. I showed you this the other day. Donald Trump is inside of a chemtrail plane right here. Look at this. You can see him standing right next to the chemtrail delivery canisters that have all the heavy metals and perhaps germs. We don't even know what they're spraying. So it's not like Donald Trump's going to prevent the spraying of the human race. We know that he's pretty much going to do whatever he wants to do, and there's nothing we can do to stop him unless you vote me in. Now, I'm right here every night. If you don't want to vote me in, that's understandable. You just have to decide whether you want to write my name in or not. And what better way to get my name than to have me put it on the screen? Wouldn't that be great? Chemtrails are very toxic, and they're full of heavy metals. They're not contrails. They've been tested in various studies showing they're filled with aluminum, barium, toxic levels too. They affect your entire immune system. It's not something that's going to go away anytime soon. I kicked him out because he's wrong. Chemtrails do exist. I even have a website dedicated to this stuff, chemtrailparty.com. You can go check it out. I can't understand why you people have such a problem with that. Anyway. Yeah, I guess some of you just don't get it. Anyway, I'm David Sponheim. Thank you. And I'm here every day for your edification. If you don't want to remember my name and write my name in on your ballot, that's your choice. I'm doing the best I can to prevent this from happening, but hey, at least you know you've been warned about the dangers of the potential dangers of the 5G network without limiters and Faraday shields, which are basically aluminum wiring around the item, which shields the dangerous field radiation from getting to your body and affecting your DNA. Probably don't even know what I'm talking about. What's DNA? You're here because you're paid, and I'm here to prevent you from being here. Yeah. David, they are killing us? How are you going to step up to people that are killing us? Are you unable to read right in front of you? You don't see that I have the right to defend myself, and you do too? I mean, is this not obvious right in front of you how to solve the problem? Do I need to spell it out for you? I don't think it's important to, go too deep into this. I mean, I'm not here to fan the flame of fear like Trump. I'm not here to push the envelope on our solutions beyond what you can understand. You have a very good tool in your disposal. Your car. Your car dissipates charges. Any type of field of radiation will also be dissipated, just like a lightning bolt. So the reason why they want you out of your car on the street 6 feet apart is, like we said earlier, they want to be able to use facial recognition on you and isolate you from other people. Because the facial recognition systems are not working properly without you standing 6 feet apart. That's part of the social distancing agenda that they're using. They also want you out of your car because your car is a safety mechanism, and it's also a very dangerous weapon. You probably know that. Yeah, so I'm not urging you to use your car as a weapon, or any weapons for that matter. I'm talking about civil disobedience and going out and having a fun drive. You don't have to necessarily drive around with a specific thing in mind, and if somebody pulls you over and violates your privacy and says, well, do you have any food in your refrigerator? Say, no, I'm completely empty. Even if you have tons of food in your refrigerator, it's not illegal to tell that person, no, It's not, because it's not his right to know what's in your refrigerator. And tell him I'm shopping for essential foods because we don't have any food in our house. Simple. Very simple. That's all you have to do. You have the right to do that. You don't have to tell him anything, in fact. Yeah, we know that Biden attempted to attack a 13-year-old girl right in the stage. We heard him say some nasty things. But we also know that Trump has had 23 sexual violation allegations against him. Karen Johnson is the least of the 23rd women to accuse Trump of misconduct. So if you're going to start talking about Joe Biden and his allegations, feel free to bring up the other subject of Donald Trump's 23 other sexual assault violations. Hey, you want to at least share this equally, okay? Yeah, we think we heard you talking about it long enough. Could you bring up the simple fact that I just posted? Thanks. Yeah, here, let me post it for you so you can, get a fair and balanced view of one perverted old man with dementia who lies versus another perverted old man with dementia who lies. That way you can compare notes as to which one's better. Yeah, your choice between old man dementia versus old man dementia, who both of them lie. Now this man is going to try to lift a massive amount of weight, and what you're not seeing in the next few minutes will be his hemorrhoids. This is Bjornsson. Good job. Now they have to actually stuff their hemorrhoids back into their butt every time they lift like that. So it's very difficult. They have people that do that, professional proctologists that put their hemorrhoids back into place. Okay, I'm going to leave the show on that note, but you guys can hang out with a very, very charming and wonderful person. And believe me, use your car. It's a wonderful tool, okay? And use these tools, folks, to guide you through this absolutely empty-headed time we're living in, with a brain-dead president who literally is supporting a new world order and doesn't even care. I sure can. Okay, Sarah, you're all set to take over. I'll give you the show.
Okay, thank you.
Los Angeles.
All right. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I was sending... There's this thing that some teachers, not necessarily in our state, but I've heard other states do, and even actually one of my friends is like, her birthday's coming up, and her friend put out like, let's do a car parade in front of her house, like all these cars. And I really think, like, I know David has his own theories, but my theory was, maybe they're doing it to like clean the cities of the air and they don't want many people like driving around. And I said, to the governor or whatever, I'm like, with all these car parades going around, I guess this is not impacting climate change. I mean, I'm glad people are staying safe, but not catching a virus, but seriously, like, that's like, my theory is that that part of the whole economy shutting down is they're like, oh, you know what, if we shut down the economy, people won't drive their cars, and then the pollution will clean up, and then we'll have that something drastic has to happen for climate change, and then we won't have to have this big climate change. It'll be the drastic thing that we needed. And I totally think that some of the governors, especially if you think about it, a lot of the ones that shut down immediately were these liberal states that had that belief about climate change. And so they, so now, I mean, it's kind of like, well, even if that was the idea, if it wasn't because of the virus, but you wanted to do it because of climate change, that's not really happening because people are still driving around. I did see that news story about these murder hornets, they're called. Some kind of hornets that were first seen in Washington State. coming over from Asia. Kind of interesting that the coronavirus was like that as well. But yeah, it's rather interesting, those hornets. Yeah, I'll pull up a news story so that you guys can see it. There we go. I've got to move it in front of myself. Looks like the U.S. might have murder hornets now, it says, and they came from Asia. They definitely look kind of crazy. They're the world's largest. They can grow to more than 2 inches long. But, oh good, they aren't usually aggressive to humans unless their nests are disturbed. Their stings, oh, they're not usually aggressive, but their sting is venomous enough to kill someone who gets stung, well, multiple times. Okay, multiple times. These hornets do kill up to 50 people a year in Japan. Oh my goodness. People who have been stinged have compared it to the feeling of being speared by hot metal. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, they arrived from, they were first seen in Washington State last year, and now wow. The crazy thing about these hornets, my goodness, they're huge. They're devastating to honeybee populations. They wipe out hives. They partially consume the honeybees. Last November, a beekeeper in Blaine, Washington, was shocked to discover thousands of his bees with their heads ripped off. That's their murder hornet's signature move. They rip off the honeybees' heads. But that was never confirmed that these hornets were the killers. But the next month, the Washington Department of Agriculture recovered a dead giant hornet from the property near Blaine. And the property owner had spotted a live giant hornet flying around. Wow. Interesting. Man. I will put him in timeout. He'll come back in, I'm sure, but... Okay, I'll go off of that news story. Yeah, they're pretty interesting, those big hornets, the bees. I don't know how I earn that trust. Don't worry, be happy. I've been listening a little bit to Brene Brown, and trust and vulnerability seem to go hand in hand, but I don't know how vulnerable I am with people. But yeah, thanks. I do like my hair today. I like that I can flip it this way and flip it that way, and it gives it enough body that it looks pretty good. But oh, you were saying that username? I don't think it's being about naive and gullible. I don't think that's what I mean by vulnerable, but sharing fears. That is what I think by being vulnerable. Telling people how you really feel. I don't know if I always do that though. I don't even know if I ever really do that. Maybe I do. David, I suppose. Green Tea 26 over in D Live made a good point. When the lockdown is over, look out. If you go to the doctor, you don't know if you really need a surgery or a doctor needs to make a house payment. That's a good point, Green Tea. Everything is open, but you still can't get a haircut. Oh, my friend's going to be upset with that too when things reopen. Like, well, I don't have it so bad because I just do my own dyeing if I have a little bit of gray, but I haven't even done that in a couple weeks. I have a pretty good color is still staying. Natural color. But you're right. I mean, there's people that go to salons and beauty parlors and whatever they call them. And I'm sure they get frustrated because they're like, my hair, I usually just cut, since I don't do bangs, I don't need to go to a hair salon. But yeah, still can't get a haircut, even though everything else is open. Thank you forever. It's required to have a mullet if you're a trucker. That's pretty hilarious. Very funny. Don't do bangs that grow out is annoying, even if you only try to bowl cut for some reason. Thanks, Mom. I remember my mom doing a bowl cut when I was a kid. I'm very sensitive when it comes to my haircut. I remember my mom did some kind of haircut and I fainted. Somebody else tried to do like some kind of curling iron thing and I fainted. I think I'm like sensitive in this part of my head. Like, don't touch that part of my head. But also I don't think I was eating well or something like that. Oh my goodness. Sarah, why weren't these people protesting before the beaches closed down? It seems like they only care about getting a haircut or going to the beach or camping. That's another thing. My friend's like, why do they let people stand in line 6 feet apart, or they all let them like go to Walmart and park, but I can't go camping? Yeah. Well, our state, I don't know, who closed first? Wasn't it California and then Washington State? Even though the cases first popped up in Washington State. I think guys can do a haircut themselves. Like there's this really cool, I guess they're Wall or whatever brand, Remington probably makes one too, that has these, they're hair clippers or shavers. And you can do either like a tight shave or you can do like, you get these different comb lengths. I remember doing that because I have a couple brothers and I used to cut their hair sometimes. And so it has like a little comb or a big comb and you can do like different lengths for different parts of your hair. And then David told me he cuts his own hair, but he does it with like scissors, like does a pretty good job, I have to say. Yeah, well, in order to donate your hair to people with cancer, you need to grow it at least 10 inches. Are you going to grow it and like wear it in a ponytail, tiddly-dee? That would be pretty funny. Ken M buzzed his hair a couple weeks back with a wall. See, did it work okay for you, Ken? It's difficult to find those. I would think they're in like the hair section or the razor section at Walmart. But of course, I wouldn't want to go to Walmart. I haven't been to Walmart since
No, that's a non-essential item.
our schools closed down. What? They won't let anyone. They want everybody to have the hippie haircut. You can't find them on like Amazon or something. They're sold out. Oh, because everybody's like, I need that for their. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna check Amazon hair shaver. Oh, why? Hair trimmer for men. Wall Color Pro. Oh, currently unavailable. Oh my God, they really are sold out. Currently unavailable, because they're probably all made in China. I don't know. Oh, there's one by Andis. A T outliner. That's a beard hair trimmer with a T blade. That's not what I was thinking of. A Wall stainless steel one. No, that's a beard and nose trimmer. No. Temporarily out of stock. Temporarily out of stock. All of them are currently unavailable. You guys are right. I'm so sorry I say that. And I don't know what I'm talking about because, man, everybody else had the same idea. I can cut my own hair. Think of all the barbershops that like are, will be out of business. I guess you couldn't you shave it with like a regular, you could like get some scissors and like cut it really close and then you could shave it with it. You could go all bald. Don't do that. I'd rather someone like mistake you for a liberal than go all bald. That would be crazy. All right. A lot of things are sold out. The only way to find some things are buying them for twice the cost. I think that's the case with chocolate these days. I still haven't bought chocolate. David and I are going to brave the stores tomorrow. He claims there might be chocolate at the stores. But I'm still thinking of what Don't Worry, Be Happy told me with the alkali chocolate. And David told me about Belgian chocolate. So I did have hot chocolate today, but I'm trying not to eat my chocolate bar. Just so good. It makes me feel good to have a little bit of chocolate every day. But the thing about you say go to the dollar store, I don't want like cheap chocolate, like with all the alkali and all the processing and all that. No. You know what, Vinny? I agree with you, and it's going to be interesting. I have this theory about school after the closure. I know Misanthropy is usually good about making predictions. Do you want to hear my prediction as far as school goes? My prediction is that schools after the closure, especially with the CDC regulations or suggestions, I should say, that kids should be 6 feet apart and all this. I think that when schools reopen, that some parents are going to say, hey, can you let my kid do online? I still want to do this online schooling. Some parents are going to be doing that. The parents that have to work are going to send their kids to school so that they don't have the huge daycare costs. And then the parents that they're like, I can't homeschool. No, this kid, like as soon as school's open, they're going to just send their kids to school. But the kids that are like pretty well behaved and kind of self-starters are going to do some homeschooling. So I think that there's going to be a couple teachers that are public school teachers but are doing like digital learning remotely. And then the kids that are like have a lot of challenging behaviors are going to be the kids that are in the public school system. So it's just going to take more patience for teachers to deal with the kids that are present in the physical space. Maybe they'll have more space though if they go with the CDC regulations of 6 feet apart. I mean, you can't even fit. I mean, a classroom, maybe it's 30 feet by 30 feet, but usually they put in like 20, 25, 30, 35 kids in a classroom. How can you fit all those kids in a classroom if you want them to be physically distant? And then the thing that we used to do is we would bring the kids to do a small group so they're closer to us, but that's like 2 feet away or, 1 or 2 feet away. It's just, education is going to look completely different in the future. I agree. Don't worry, be happy. You're right. Parents have always had the right to homeschool their kids. And, but I do think that this idea of, maybe they hadn't realized before, there's a lot of resources out there. And so I do think that there's going to be some that are like, maybe I'll do homeschooling. And then there's going to be some that they're going to be sending kids to school. It's going to be interesting with social distancing. No, misanthropy. Yeah. I mean, I remember like the couple of days right before we knew the schools were going to be closed or they were just encouraging social distancing. I'd be like, line up, kids. Wait, like give yourself space in line. And then I'm like, go to this stopping point, and they'd all like huddle. And I'm like, wait, you gotta space out. It's hard to teach them social distancing. And then what about, recess? If there is like any flu or any kind of contagious disease going around, and not even coronavirus, but just like a normal influenza, and they're like, they're going down the slides or the swings, and it's just like, and they want to play tag. Like, is that not allowed anymore? And I mean, like in certain places like LA and Las Vegas, they can play something like shadow tag, where they're like, you can teach them, you're not going to actually tag the people, you can tag their shadow. But up here in the Pacific Northwest, that does not work. Like, it's always half the time, if not more than half the time, when school's in session, it's overcast, so there is no shadows. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You might be right. Misanthropy wrote one of the most important things that can be learned from this lockdown is how meaningless most of the society actually is. Well, that's one of the reasons that I try not to look at the news, because is it really important? If it doesn't affect me personally, maybe it's not that important. And I've noticed that if you don't read the news, because I had this thing about not looking at the news probably for about at least 6 months. I still looked at it sometimes when I was on the show, but I really purposely tried to not look at it for about 6 months before the closures. And one thing I noticed that during that time is you're still going to get the news, like, but it's going to be like filtered through, like, after, when there's like 5 people talking about a subject, then you get it. But yeah, it's kind of interesting with social networking, Facebook and Twitter. I was telling some friends this, that on both of those you follow people, right? Or you follow groups. And so your news is really focused, or your, not news, but yeah, your stream is really focused and tailored to your specific tastes. So when I'm like on Facebook, people are like, they have all these horrible negative things on Facebook. And I'm like, my Facebook feed is all about like, how can we help kids? And here's some tricks and tips for social distance, for remote teaching. And because I follow all these education groups, so I don't get as much like negative news through that. It's pretty interesting. Whereas I'm sure like if David's profile, if he were following people, it would be a completely different story. It's just interesting and different and strange. It's like during the time David and I grew up, you know, you had specific news channels. And then as David said, all the news channels that were mainstream media, they all had the same stories. So it didn't matter whether you were watching channel 4 or channel 5 or 7 or whatever. It was like maybe different looking people, but they would all be saying the same thing. So it was like that's a whole other ball of wax, where it's like it's everybody saying the same news story. So do you have filter news that like only affects your life? Do you get the same news story pushed out to everyone? Either way, it doesn't really like open your horizons to multiple perspectives. I should check out the front page of Reddit sometimes. It's entertaining yet sad to see how brainwashed people are. I have never seen the front page of Reddit. That's one thing I have not done. Sarah, how would you earn someone else's trust? What would your MO be? I need advice. If I can't marry my bae, I don't want to go on. What did your bae say? She doesn't trust you? You've apologized. Well, if you're apologizing to her, then or him, it sounds like there's something there that maybe they're not trustworthy. Because it's like, maybe, you know, okay, so you did something out of fear, which is normal. And maybe, but the thing is actually, I have it. I wrote this down the other day. I was listening to it was actually on a National Council of Teacher of Mathematics, NCTM. I think I maybe have one of those letters wrong. I have the letters right, but what it stands for wrong. Anyway, it was about vulnerability. And I really liked this approach. It's, I'll even pull up the link for you. I'll look at that old Reddit in just a second. But she was talking about being vulnerable. And she had, what I really liked about her is she had a 3-step process that it is vulnerable. And she used this, you start with, it's really hard for me to talk about whatever it is that's hard for you to talk about. And then she said, so the first thing is, it's hard for me to talk about the subject. And then the second thing is the context. It's really, and so I'll give her your you her examples because I don't want to get vulnerable with you guys right now. Sorry. It's really hard it's really hard for me to talk about being lonely, that being single. And then she said, it's really hard for me to talk about being single because I'm the only single person in my sphere of family, of colleagues, and friends. I'm the only single person. And then the third thing, so 1 is the situation, 2 is the context, and 3 is the emotion. So then she said, it's really hard for me to talk about being single because I am the only single person in my family and my friends and my colleagues, and it makes me feel really lonely. And then, so you start with that. And then the second thing is, it's important for me to talk about. And then you list 2 or 3 reasons why it's important for you to talk about those things. So maybe in the context of a relationship, I don't know what you did or said, but it's really hard for me to talk about yeah, it's really hard for me to talk about like I'm thinking, do I want to get vulnerable with you guys right now? But anyway, but some of the reasons that she was saying it's important for me to talk about being single, and obviously that does not apply to me, but is because there might be because it opens me up to meeting other people, or it is other people might be in my same situation. Ah, there you go. It's really hard I could do that with marriage, yeah. It's really hard for me to talk about marriage. It's hard for me to talk about marriage because I have been living with someone for a really long time, and I wonder if the possibility of marriage is even on the table, or if I would even want to be married. And it's hard for me to talk about being a marriage because I wonder if, part of it is my political beliefs, which I don't think government should be involved in people's personal relationships. And I think that a relationship with marriage is more than just about a legal document. It also has to go with emotion and commitment. And it's hard for me to talk about marriage because I think it's more than just a legal document. It has to do with commitment, and I'm scared of, and it makes me feel it makes me feel uncomfortable, because if I were to get married, I don't know how real that is, or that's, and sometimes I wonder if it's like a trap, but Benny, you think this next week is going to be huge in the news? I'll let you filter the news for me. Toda Ray is happy to be married, but they both know how they felt about each other even before being married. And so you wanted to spend the rest of your life with each other, and that's probably the reason that you got married. And you both felt that way. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad that you found the person that you want to be with. I think it's important to have those conversations and be vulnerable with each other. And that's how you build trust, is saying, hey, I think we need to talk, and start with those bullet points. It's hard for me to talk about this. This is a reason it's hard for me to talk about. It brings up memories or whatever. And then it's hard for me to talk about and bring up, and I feel this, but I think it's important that we talk about it because I want a good relationship with you, and I want us to move forward, whatever. So Sadi, you had someone that you wouldn't have minded spending your whole life with them if it was okay with your other girlfriends. Because so you want, like, you don't want to commit to one person. You wouldn't mind meeting an Amish woman? Would she mind meeting you? Would you be enough? Would you follow God enough for her? Ah. Sometimes it helps to write things down. I was going to have a conversation and I wrote it down and I shared it with my friend, and she said, you have too much going on in your writing, and basically, like, you just, and after talking to her, she's like, you need a topic and you need this and that, and I'm like, maybe she's right that I just needed, like, the last sentence that I wrote was like the only thing I needed to say. I was just beating around the bush in my writing until the very last sentence. Toda Ray, you're right. Marriage in the U.S. just helps assure that if you pass away, your first insurance and belongings go to her to know she will be okay. However, you do realize that you can have that happen without a marriage certificate. Like, you can have a beneficiary for all your bank statements. You can have a will that says any property goes to a person, or you can invest in a house together, or, you know, anyway. Does she make you feel settled? She makes you feel nervous. Interesting. Don't worry, be happy. You know, you need to tell the person this, like, hey, it's hard for me to talk to you because I just feel nervous around you. Because, yeah, I feel like, yeah. And if anything, you can write her a love letter, or him, whatever, whoever. Write your soulmate a love letter and explain everything that you're feeling. You know, and that love letter is something they could cherish forever. Zellfire, you met your soulmate in grade school, but she went on to be a big shot lawyer and a theater woman. Did you ever express how you felt about her? Yes and no, Misanthropy. Misanthropy says it's best to be yourself. If you have to feel nervous and uncomfortable talking to someone, they might not be the right one for you. But it's like butterflies, where it's like smitten to a degree where you just can't even speak. Well, Zellfire, you could reach out to her unless you're with someone else. Then you're committed to the person that you are currently with. And that's important. That's a decision you've made. So, yeah. You think it's an assignment from God, this person? And you don't want to disappoint God. Well, I don't think you will ever disappoint God. And if I believe in an all-kind God, so I don't think that should be your concern. Oh, Vinny, really? That's good. I like that, Misanthropy. It's like, maybe he's just not that into you. That kind of thing. Vinny says, let me... no, never mind. Yeah. You're right, marriage unions existed before Christianity. They don't get to take credit for it. And before government, too. Well, it's easy to explain, like, just write it all down. But those are really, like I was saying, the 3 things about being vulnerable. It's really hard for me to talk to you. It's really hard for me to talk because I feel intimidated by the whole thing. Do you think that you say it's an assignment from God, but do you think it's peer pressure to get married at a certain age? Like you just wrote that you don't want your family to worry about why you're not married yet. I guess for me, like, I guess I got over that eventually. Like, whatever, my family can think whatever they want about why I'm not married yet. And I think he already found the person, Totore. Now he just wants to ask the person to marry him, or at least explain his emotions, or like, I don't know. It sounds like you're ready to make a commitment. Are you just like nervous this person's going to say no? What's holding you back from asking? Are you ready to make there's a lot of questions there. First question first, and then we'll answer. Are you ready to ask this person to spend the rest of their life with you? No, I never did check YouTube. I didn't even check Reddit yet. are you willing to be vulnerable enough to with us to share with us what they should forgive you for? Well, forgiveness. Do you let me go down with this. True, and that might be something that's on them as far as forgiveness goes. It's not on you, but forgiveness is the best way to happiness and love. But do you, whatever it was, do you forgive yourself? That's a big thing. You've got to forgive yourself before you can have other people forgive you.
Yeah, if you're walking around with a guilt trip over something, you need to start forgiving yourself for that. Oh, dang.
Well, you need to, because you know what? You're not perfect, and you already said that you believe in God, and God forgave you, and so forgive yourself. Whatever it is, it'll be okay.
So I have some dinner for you on the stove, so you can have that.
And that's my advice for everybody. If you're worried about anything you've done in your past, forgive yourself. You're human. If we weren't born perfect.
Yeah, so you're really helping a lot. This is a great Sustainable Saturday show because Sarah helps you with your relationship issues. That's good. You rock, girl. He really likes you. Or she does. Or he does. Yeah, exactly. So,
thank you for dinner, David.
You're welcome. Enjoy. The movie had the best unexpected ending. Is this an important site? No. Welcome to Reddit. Keep yourself safe and informed. Yeah, I don't really, when I go to the coronavirus section, I don't really go there because I consider it conspiracy. Anything related to, worry about the coronavirus, outbreaks, fear mongering, I consider that all conspiracy theory. Yeah, so I try to avoid weird stuff about the coronavirus that I don't believe. Yeah, it helps clear my mind. It makes it a lot easier to understand that this is mostly fear mongering that's going on right now. It helps me. So yeah, COVID-19 will go down as one of the political world's biggest, most shameful, overblown, overhyped, overly irrational, inflated, outright deceptively flawed responses to a health matter in American history. One that was carried largely on the lips of medical professionals who had no business running a national economy or a government. Well put, Fat Vinny. And we've been lied to so many times now that we're all a little gun shy of the lying going on. And then when Donald Trump acted like he cared about the dangers of vaccines and autism when he was running for office, now he's reversed his whole position, and now he just simply says, we all should be forced to vaccinate. So tell your Republican friends, this is what he says. And they'll like this, because in this video, he talks about forced vaccinations, and he talks about how great he is, too. Check it out.
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
Mr. President, how old is too old to be president?
Well, I think that I just feel like a young man. I'm so young. I can't believe it. I'm the youngest person. I am a young, vibrant man.
Look at this. He's all about himself. He's like talking about how great he is after he just told you you're going to get forced vaccinated. Is there words that can describe this kind of a person? I don't. You buzzed your hair a couple weeks back with a wall. Oh yeah, the walls work okay. Yeah, if you got a lot of hair, there works. He is delusional, and it's self-love, and at the same time, almost in the same sentence, he said, "You've got to force the vaccination on everybody," and you know what that means? It means the chip, that 666 thing. Oh yeah, they've embedded the 666 code in the cryptocurrency. We actually found it. It's going to the whole chip thing is a Bitcoin mining operation. Using you and your COVID ID as part of their mining operation. It's a crypto system. Oh, it's weird. It's definitely evil. Take a look at this image right here. You want to pass this on along with any other links to your Republican friends. This is owned by Bill Gates. Look at the number there. Mark of the devil. Remember that? Yeah, there's a reason why you believe in God, right? Or even if you don't believe in God, you certainly believe that people are evil. Could happen. Yeah, check that out. It's the same thing that they're planning on building into the user device, right into your COVID ID tattoo and the RFID chip they want to insert in your hand. Now, they're going to make it so you can't even travel probably without this. This is what these evildoers are doing. They'll make it so you can't buy shopping food unless you're chipped because you're clearly unsafe. You haven't been checked out. You can't go in the market. The recorded broadcast usually ends in the past at 10 o'clock, but now I'm either taking the last portion and adding it to the bottom of the show, or I'm leaving the show truncated. Last night I only did about 2.5 hours recorded broadcast, and it went very well. I had more viewership, so. It's 666, not 6606, no. Again, your problem understanding things is relatively difficult for us to have you remain in the show. Rowdy, hello. Yeah, if you have no critical thinking skills, you can't really spend much time in here. So when you get time out, it's because you don't have the brains to understand what we're talking about. Now, this is the facial contortions that Bill Gates made when he was told that the economy was collapsing. This is right off the video that we showed you earlier. Look at that. These are actual photographs of Bill Gates when he was told that the economy was collapsing. Yeah. Now, mind you, Bill Gates just bought a really nice house. Brand new house. Let me show it to you. Now, you're out of a job, right? Because Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci and others believe that we have to shut our economy down. What if I told you that all these billionaires just made about $285 billion in the stock market, buying up junk bonds that people were getting out from under and whatnot? They just did. They bought a beachfront home near San Diego. They reportedly paid $43 million for the 6-bedroom. This is what many homes that they have. Yeah. I don't have any more information, but I do have pictures of their other homes. Bill Gates has a $127 million estate on Lake Washington. This is where he was. His engineer was arrested for having 6,500 images of child rape porn. This is the guy that's never answered to rape charges as well. Yeah. Yeah. Xanadu 2, he calls it. $127 million house, 7 bedrooms, 18 bathrooms. Scratch that, 18.75 bathrooms. Basically 19 bathrooms for 7 bedrooms. Why they need 19 bathrooms for 7 bedrooms, I have no idea. It doesn't really matter. But I do know that Bill Gates is paying off the left. He gave 25 million plus in money for the likes of change.org. Yeah. The founder gets 25 million, the change.org founder, from the Gates Foundation. Yeah, so let's not kid ourselves. This guy's deeply rooted in a lot of these leftist groups that aren't really solving any problems. They're more like controlled opposition like Bernie was. We had to put up with Bernie so long, it was ridiculous. Now we finally are the only ones out there correcting the Wall Street excesses. Yeah, all the other communists have no clue as to how to build this centrist movement, do they? But those pictures are really telling of, he was actually smiling and he was super happy when he got told that the whole economy was collapsing. So over 80% of the stimulus went to 43,000 rich people. That I do not disbelieve. Yep, I wouldn't doubt that. If there's a statistic that says that, that'd be great. Biden shares photo of friendship bracelet for Obama's birthday. What's this all about? They're like gay lovers or something? Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Do you think they had a little tryst with Michelle or Michael? Oh, that's so sweet and so perverted. Yeah, Joe Barack. Vice President Biden celebrated Obama's 55th birthday with a touching note on Twitter. Wow. Wait a second, he's 55? I don't get that. Well, that was in 2016. Thank you. I was going to say Barack Obama is more like 59 right now. Well, yeah, there you have telltale signs of the love that they have each other. Yeah, there you go. And that's all related to the pedophilia thing, you know. Oh yeah, the bracelets, all that, it's all connected. I'm amazed they're not one of those nested triangle Pizzagate things on there. Barack Obama bought $47,000 worth of pizzas from James Alefantis. No one can explain why he did that. And then he had a pizza party at the White House. Real weird. A ping pong pizza party. Everyone got a bracelet with the nested triangles on it. Yeah, we know a lot about that. I saw the pizza on it. Yeah, I saw that, but not the nested triangles. Something weird is going on, folks. I mean, Misanthropy pulled up a really good thing in our Flipboard. And by the way, if you want to check out our Flipboard, we do have a really good site set up for that. I added a button to Cool Rock. So when you go to our Cool Rock site, coolrock.com, my site, I should say, you will see Flipboard links right here. You can click that and you'll get to your Flipboard links. And right in here is the Reddit room. These are all great links, by the way. I've got a good one on Epstein. Really goes deep into his pedophile connections. Yeah. And then Reddit room is really good. And in it, you'll see this popped up. It's the last thing we posted there. This was something that Misanthropy found online. And really, the Reddit room is something we were inspired by you, Misanthropy. You're the one who kind of tuned us into all the Reddit links. But it's weird. There's a connection here between Jenny's ice cream, the very same product that was in... This is a photograph of Nancy Pelosi's refrigerator filled with Jenny's ice cream. Speaker Nancy Pelosi's ice cream cache, show and tell. You see her holding it right there. Yeah, Michael Bloomberg, he's a big Jenny's fan. Well, Jenny Britton Bauer is the CEO, creative director, founder of Jenny's Splendid Ice Cream. She's also on the Wexner Center of Foundation of Trustees. Now, Leslie Wexner is the guy connected to Jeffrey Epstein, you know, the Victoria's Secret guy. And we found out that Biden has been giving Jenny a tremendous amount of donations in the form of $71 purchases of ice cream. See this? Yeah. Biden for president is spending a lot of money on ice cream. Now, you know that's like a negative thing for a guy his age because it could cause diabetes, but he's got a whole list of just spending $10,000 on ice cream in $70 increments is nothing. Yeah. It's a really good link here. So what does this all mean? It means that Leslie Wexner, the guy who Jeffrey Epstein was claiming he was working for, Victoria's Secret guy, who was a frequent visitor at Orgy Island, is connected somehow to Jenny and Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. That's what that says. And thank you, Misanthropy, for explaining that to us. Without that, we wouldn't even have this information. Really, seriously. You're piecing stuff together. I appreciate it. So you ate 4 Del Beefer burritos? Okay. Del Beefer, that's got to be good. That sounds like a really good product. I used to like the green burritos at Del Taco. Those were really good. I enjoyed those. They had little green, like a green, whatever, tomatillo sauce with cilantro in it. Anyway, We know that I've read it. Yeah, it's all about the secure encryption key with a 666 bit put into it. Yeah. It's all a part of the Bill Gates plan to monitor everybody. Yeah, it's bagging and tagging people, Toda Ray. You just don't get it. You should read it too, for what it's worth. Yeah. Apparently you missed the whole subject. You see, you're so fixed on details that you're missing the big picture. You don't even see 666 embedded in that word. In that patent number. You don't even see it. It's like you blew it off. Can you imagine looking at this number right here and not seeing the 666 in it? Poor Toda Ray can't even see the 666 embedded in it. I've even highlighted it. And Toda Ray says, no, that's not 666, Dave. That's 6066. You see how utterly illogical you are? You're wasting my time. Please don't come in here. You don't have critical thinking ability. Outstanding. It's like Mortal Kombat in your colon. Wow, that can't be good for you. Okay, we're going to go back to our D-Live show and pick up where you guys left off. Keep it up, Dave. Thank you for your service. Yep, thank you. All right, we're good. We have been having some problems with people getting into our D-Live show. As you know, we are being censored heavily, and people come in and brag about how they DDoS us. Distributed denial of service is a tool that hackers use to try to stop us from getting our chat rooms out. And we're under constant attack. So we have the Cool Rock site set up for you to enjoy the music. I've got hypnotic energy going today. Sometimes I'll just turn this on and let it play in the background. All right, thank you for letting me play with myself here. I discovered a really cool tool in here. If you scroll over, you get to chord player. This is fun too. And if you don't like that, you could go to the examples. They're pretty cool too. Hotel California, check this out. Hotel California. So have fun with this amazing board. You can play music on it. Look at this. People are scribbling on here. These guys have been drawing with their cursors. And there's so much angst going on in the world right now. Mr. Doob created this multi-user sketchpad. It's pretty cool. Now that they have new technology, they can do this. The newer servers, newer Apache servers, give the ability for people to draw in multitudes of areas all over the world, and this is what they're creating. Nice. You can also have fun with artwork and making things yourself, drawing circles and various things. Every button has some purpose. Discover the illogical nature of the world. These things, oh yeah, that's how to get your act together real quick. Oh yeah. This is pretty funny. You try to touch anything in it, it moves around. It's like the ultimate anti-Google page. And this one, you can move the Google around and like clear the whole thing with it. It's pretty funny. Anyway. When you're drunk, you hang at Cool Rock, good. And you can test your abilities, your psychic abilities, by shuffling the deck and picking a card. 2 of clubs. I got the same dark color. That's good. Jack of spades. Yeah, it just goes on and on. We got stuff for news gatherers. Tara Reid's sexual assault allegations following former VP and Democratic presidential candidate denial this week of sexual assault allegations levied against him by former staffer Tara Reid. 2 people corroborated her story. He's just as guilty in my mind as Donald Trump. 23 allegations of sexual misconduct. In the court of public opinion, both of these guys are perverts. That's my take. All right, so have fun there at Cool Rock. It's a place to hang out. lots of good buttons here. You'd be surprised. You got Foods Worldwide. Go to that button and you could really check out your burrito. Beef burrito from all around the world. You want to salivate? We got it. What kind of beef do you want to salivate over? Kobe beef, Argentinian beef, Angus beef? Oh, every imaginable beef is represented here at Foods Worldwide too. Oh yeah, salivate all you want. By the way, the beef may be gone pretty soon. Livestock producers are being allowed to be talked to by the USDA and told to stop this production of meat. So our president not only is sabotaging our country by shutting down our economy, but he's not providing guidance to the USDA to prevent them from shutting down our meat production. We've had numerous complaints from meat producers and packers on our show. We've played that. You couldn't find the website link, coolrock.com? Okay, Ken. Yeah, that's a tough one to remember. You may not be able to open it with your browser because it's not we don't draw any income off the site. There's no commerce. We don't have a secure socket layer on there. But you can find it with a dissenter.com browser. Chrome works great on it. I had some people trying to get into my show a while back. They really wanted to get in the show, and they said, "No, we can't get it to work, Dave." I don't know what happened. I guess they just don't know how to handle their browser. But it works great for me. So we have information that came in during the pre-show today. 5G was tested in Russia on humans and animals with disturbing results. What you're not being told, Dr. Barry Trower and Mark Steele discuss. The video quoted here from Dr. Barry says the rollout already started in Vienna. The unsuspecting people immediately suffered from nosebleeds, cardiac problems, and chest pains, fatigue, dizziness, vomiting. In fact, all the symptoms of microwave sickness, known since 1932. So many people are worried that this 5G network is being rolled out as we speak against our wishes because there's been no safety testing done on it. Dr. Barry Trower says he trained at the government's microwave warfare establishment in the 60s. He worked underwater bomb disposal units which used microwaves. He helped debrief spies trained in microwave warfare. And his first degree is in physics, second degree is in research degree. He goes on to talk about all the dangers in this article. Okay, we'll listen to these guys tonight.
Just so you know.
Looks good.
Just so you know, we're recording. We'll just start again. If that, could you explain about the situation with them? Yeah, just we don't have the background about situation there with Bemery. About the.
Okay, they're in the lineup for tonight. We will keep them also in Enviro. Thank you. Yeah, I'm curious how that video will play out. Should sell America's third-party swag. Yeah, we're working on developing some hats for you guys. You can get yard sides right now. If you want to go to coolrock.com, I'll show you how to do this. You'll find our main website, coolrock.com, is easier to get to than America's Third Party. But in the upper right-hand corner over here, is our link to America's Third Party right here. Click that link, and you can go to our store down at the middle of our poster page. Click the store button, and you can find anything in this section right here with the sign. You can order a sign for $14.99. You can get some shirts. A couple shirts are available. Granted, I haven't worked on this in some time, but we've got the picture of Amber there. That's for sale. Our mascot. That's my cat, by the way. America's Third Party. And then we've got other things like cups. Coffee cup is nice. There's a wall clock that's pretty cool. But I'm not actively pushing these products. I'm going to get some hats made for you guys and some new t-shirts. This section's all but defunct right now. We still sell our book over there, but it's not a, you know, we can read the platform too. If you go to the platform page, that'll give you the whole assumption, all the different things we want to do for the country, and have honed that into a workable model. We support ending the war, maintaining volunteer fighting forces of 2 million. We're not going to get rid of the number of people we have working in the selective service, but we will be retiring the selective service requirement. You will no longer have to register under our plan. We, unlike the Democrats, we want to end the use of GMOs, fluoride in water, chemtrails, and forced vaccinations. This is all very important, and this is different than the Democrats and Republicans. We support legalization of marijuana, 15% sales tax. I'm looking at no more than 10% per venue now, so a total of 30%, but it's gone up from then. Tort reform, something no Democrat or Republican has ever put together, limits on how much attorneys can make, and term limits for all. We support the Senator Jim DeMint's plan that was put out a few years ago. No individual mandates, more individual freedom, ending brutality. Getting back to the individual, that's a core element in our campaign. And that's represented here by saying we support our Bill of Rights. Now, our Bill of Rights are under attack every day by Donald Trump, who's now saying that we should be force vaccinated. You Republicans have to realize that he's never been representing you. He's only used ideas to get noticed by you. If you realize that, you'll understand that this is a very complicated problem now. Now, there are Democrats that are so libtarded out, and I mean libtards, that one guy dressed up as the Grim Reaper on a beach, and he walked around acting like everyone was killing each other by simply hanging out and enjoying themselves. Watch this.
Our beach access 49 here in Walton County, and today is a pretty big day. The beaches are fully reopened for the first time in more than a month. And while some residents are happy, some are not. And one of those people is Walton County resident and Florida lawyer Daniel Ohlfelder. Today he's going to be protesting the beaches being open, all while dressed as the Grim Reaper. And I'm actually joined by him now. I'm going to step out of the frame and hand him the mic so he can explain why he's here and why he is dressed the way that he is. Daniel?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here today to try to make a point that we need to, I think it's premature that we open our beaches. I'm a huge proponent of public beaches, and I've been fighting for that for years, but I think that the danger of bringing all the people here to our area and spreading the virus, and I think it's going to prolong the recovery we have, and I think that we should take better measures, and it's drawing people from all over the world to our beautiful beaches. It's too soon, and it's not appropriate.
Thank you, Daniel. Now, Daniel is going to be beginning his protest right now, and he's going to be at a bunch of other Walton County beaches throughout the day. We're going to have his full story and how people are reacting later tonight on News 13. Reporting live in Miramar Beach, Faith Graham, News 13, Panhandle Strong.
That's so weird with that sickle behind her, you know? I always thought that the guy was going to, like, take a swipe at her. Yeah, so you can see that some of these libtards are over the top about the social distancing thing. It's become absurd, and you go to every hospital out there, and I challenge anybody to take a drive in their car, because they're allowed to drive. Believe it or not, you cannot have your rights to assemble taken away from you. You can drive around. Right to transport is also guaranteed. Take a drive to your local hospital and look at the parking lot. Every one of you, seriously, use your gas, because if you don't turn your engine over and drive a little bit, it's going to be bad for your car. Your car will actually stop working if you don't drive it. You think I'm kidding? Well, that's taking it to the extreme, and I think the guy's nuts. I don't know, whoever died and put him in charge as the Grim Reaper really, should reinvent this subject. CDC equates coronavirus hospitalizations to seasonal flu and finally admits it's much less dangerous for children. That's amazing. The CDC would actually admit that. Okay. The Grim Reaper. What a joke. Okay. Got a couple stories for you. Day by day. So we're in our 48th day today. And we would have all be working throughout this whole process, I never would have shut the economy down. It's the stupidest thing a president can do. The very engine of our economy never ever shuts down. But what did Trump do? Oh, he just had to shut it down, yeah. He couldn't help himself. Yeah, he is a puppet of the New World Order. Just shut it down. They said shut it down, so they just shut it down. This was artificially induced. What does he mean by that, artificially induced? You're going to be self-propelled there with your Del Taco meal.
This was artificially induced. We just said, they said, close it down. You have to close it down. We closed it down.
Yeah, whoever they and them were. Who are they? Who's talking to Donald Trump? Is he hearing voices or something? So here it is. CDC equates coronavirus hospitalizations to seasonal flu and finally admits it's much less dangerous for children. So why would Donald Trump pursue forced vaccinations? 4 days ago he said this. Why would he do that? For no reason. We don't even have a problem. So CDC's admitting there's no problem and we're still pushing this agenda of forced vaccinations? Wow, this is really, really messed up. Our government not only doesn't have a mind, they were behind the whole thing to start with. Oh yeah, it looks more like the vaccine has been pushing the pandemic. Well, they named it COVID-19. That means certification of vaccination ID. I mean, what the hell? And what's with this story? Anthony Fauci and his organization, NIAID, gave $3.7 million to scientists at the Chinese Wuhan lab at the center of the coronavirus outbreak. Well, that's weird. How come Donald Trump has never mentioned that? Isn't that strange? Yeah. Check this out. Really, so you'd think Donald Trump would be exploiting that, making fun of Barack Obama, but no, you see, it shows Dr. Fauci in a bad light because Dr. Fauci worked with Barack Obama. They literally gave $3.7 million to that Wuhan lab that Donald Trump says, oh, I have very good solid evidence that Wuhan started it. Well, why don't you take this solid evidence and use this, Donald? Because this kind of erodes your belief that Dr. Fauci's a good guy. All right. You found the new flag? Great. Katz said that he found the flag that he saw, the future flag of America. And he grabbed a picture of it. Wow. So this is the new flag of America, folks. Yep, this is the one that will be hanging high above your home after they start chipping you, bagging you. Oh, say can. What the hell? Seriously. I believe you. I flat out believe you. I do. That's weird, man. Yeah, that's going to be the new flag flying over our heads soon. Alrighty. Well, thanks for sharing. And a lot of you who don't believe this, you're part of the problem because you don't believe it. I know it sounds weird, but these people really are kind of weird that way. They want to believe that we're all aliens. Little do they know that none of us are really aliens. We're all, Americans here. I know I am. Surely you've seen my background is pretty solid as an American. I've been doing the show for 12 years without fail, and in the process showing you ideas that are simple and easy to understand. And that makes me American. Ooh. Montana Daily Gazette. State plans to confiscate children if parents test positive for coronavirus. You betcha. In Montana, they'll take your kids and sell them to the local CPS will pay good money for your kids. Yeah. They can move them on the open market with foster parents and stuff. I've never had the del bifa, nor have I ever tried your tacos. Many of you are eating tacos. I've never tried a taco. State plans to confiscate children. This is weird. Man, I don't like Montana. I had words with one of their Montana roads guys last month. I wrote letters to the guy. We were across the country, and Montana had roads they were like gravel pits everywhere. They had little pits flying everywhere we went. Hit the corner of my brand new windshield and broke it. $300 windshield had to be replaced. So I sent him a bill, and he says, "No, we're not responsible. We don't know of any traffic on our highways that would cause any little small pebbles." Screw you. And then I said I was going to contact the feds, and he says, here's the numbers. You can call them up. Total a-hole. Oh yeah, he gave me the numbers of the federal government to report him. Man, it does not surprise me. They're going to try to confiscate children, folks. Wow. I've seen enough. Action Request Transmittal Office of Child Welfare Programs. One of the possible causes would be COVID. Effective 4/22. In the course of an assessment of a caseworker or supervisor makes the determination that a child will enter substitute care because their caregiver is infected with COVID-19. And what are the requirements to be a COVID-19 person? If you have a zit, you've got COVID-19. Did you hear they've got people now who claim to have COVID toes? Their toes are turning black? No, they look okay to me. You should promote me. I appreciate it, because we are running out of time. You've had 12 years. You can certainly change your ways. We had Michael Obama had a great write-up. Oh, really? The Michael Obama Theory Examined. Okay. Well, let's be clear. That's very disturbing about Montana. I don't know what to do. I'm going to add that to my flipboard and put it in coronavirus. That is freaky, man. Thank you. We'll probably have 500 links by the time that list is done. It didn't show up in search engines? No, it would never show up in search engines. I have been censored for the past 9 years. Cool rock. I was #1 in the search engines. I was up there with MySpace in 2010 when we started this whole process. Now it doesn't even pop up in search engines. All right, let's take a look. Welcome to Reddit. So the basis of this theory lies in multiple images showing a bulge on Michael. I've seen one of them in the purple dress, green dress, blue dress, white pants, and black pants. The two most similar are the green and purple images. The most widespread is the Ellen clip, right? Right off the bat, Michelle has the waist indent others claim you can't get from surgery in the case of the Williams sisters. Otherwise, the only other feature pointed out are shoulders, which only proves she's robust. But big whoopee. As for the bulge, I've watched the Ellen clip since it's popular among those who believe it. Probably second only to the still shot of her in the green dress. The bulge appears at around 5'10", and honestly, the way it flexes just seems more like a fold than an actual dick bulge. Unless I missed something, it should have been more obvious throughout the video and be more consistent if this was actually the case. My theory, given how clothing folds from one different people at different body types, the folds that seem similar across pictures are consistent due to the type of clothes and Michelle's body. Okay. Well, tell you what, we're going to go to that clip right now.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay. Something's going on. Okay, hold that thought. Let me grab a picture of this area. This is a live photo. This is not actual photograph. This is not Photoshop. This is an original photograph. This was never altered. Let's take a look and see what he's saying. And somehow believe what he's saying is true. Okay. It's the folds of fabric. I don't know. Let's start that again. Zooming. There it is, right there. Boom, boom, boom. No, I'm sorry, there's no folds of fabric in there. Unless that's some sort of a shoulder boulder holster or a jockstrap that got loose. Why would a woman be wearing a jockstrap, though? That's the question. It could be a furloin jockstrap, but I don't know. So, obviously Reddit is out to lunch. Good one. So it's very interesting. Misanthropy just tricked me into playing that, knowing full well I would jump for the lure and go, no, I'm going to prove to you that's definitely a penis and a testicle moving around in that area. Yeah, I hear you. I saw that. I'm gonna make sure that racism stops here. We don't allow racists here. Well, thanks for wasting my time. I really needed to, take at least 10 minutes on that just to divert my attention. Who really needs to focus on Michelle Obama's penis, though, when you think about it? Gallup is in lockdown, everybody. If you're caught in New Mexico right now, you're going to be a little bit disappointed. You may not get out of Gallup.
Local and state law enforcement agencies have set up roadblocks just like this one at every highway entrance into town. If you're a resident or an essential worker, you're allowed through. If not, you have to turn around. In Gallup, things are pretty quiet, and just outside of town is this. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham invoked the state's Riot Control Act, meaning she has the power to temporarily set restrictions to stop the spread of COVID-19 in Gallup.
To control the movement of the general mass of
Okay, I like your mask. Oh, that's nice. Can I be able to blow up some mask like you got? All right, well, it's queuing up. And good news, New Brunswick has no active cases left. So while our country is overreacting and had been closed down and locked down for months, or I guess almost 2 months, getting on 2 months, other countries have never done a lockdown like Sweden, and their numbers are declining. Can anyone explain that? I'd love to hear your answer. New Brunswick has no more remaining active cases, so they're good. Yeah, I just might move to New Brunswick. Although, no, can't scratch that. Yeah, Trudeau wants to force vaccinate everybody. I can't move there either. Getting difficult sorting the truth from fiction, isn't it? The government's been lying about the COVID numbers and padding them. You want to know why we have a COVID problem? Because China is working with the New World Order. Look at the growth of China's economy and how they've benefited from their association with the Rothschilds. Really? You had a few rocks, crackhead? And check it out. As time went on, you saw a gradual growth of what appears to be China's megalomaniacal idea of a big country. China wants to take over the U.S. They were willing to partner with the Rothschilds to do it. This shows the growth of GDP, Japan declining over the years, U.S. remaining relatively stable throughout this time period. See that? You notice how the U.S. is not even budging, relatively speaking. Well, those other ones are being measured up against it, that's why. China is now moving closer and closer to the U.S. as of 2018. And part of their big success has been their ability to unhinge from the dollar by investing in gold and printing up more yuans and then ultimately partnering with the Rothschilds. So we know that Xi Jinping is pretty much a henchman for the Rothschild family. who owns the Federal Reserve and basically our overseers as well. So really, when you look at the scrim of governments and how all these governments have become almost an unnecessary barrier for a lot of these financiers. They see the governments as being full of regulations and full of all kinds of things like environmental protection law, and we of course we know how ridiculous that is. Having to pay fees for simply dumping dioxin in a river. So these elitists really don't want governments. They don't want any standards. They don't want any health codes. They don't want any safety check on the 5G network. They don't want any safety check done on vaccines. They literally want to stick smart dust in our bloodstream along with cancer-causing viruses and kill off 90% of the human race. This is no big imaginable story. This is really happening. We really are in the clutches of these financier globalists that want to destroy individual nation states. Every nation is vulnerable now because these people think that they can buy us all up. Ironically, we're the last voice standing. America, and perhaps my show even, is the last voice that they haven't censored and shut down over the years. Most of the people in the Democratic Republican Party have been marginalized into, kind of like Joe Rogan was bought off and Alex Jones was bought off. Most of those people really don't care. They just do it for the money. Now, there's a lot of good things happening right now. We've got all kinds of new potential, incredibly clever new ways of getting rid of plastic waste. But these elitists, they don't want to do that. They don't want to partner with Boy and Slat and create plastic waste digesters in the ocean. Look at this new technology that just popped up. Talk about a sustainable future technology. A new enzyme breaks down plastic in hours, enabling high-quality recycling. Scientists have created a mutant bacterial enzyme that not only breaks down plastic bottles in hours, but the leftover material is good enough to be recycled into high-quality new bottles. Isn't that amazing? So there's actually a type of bacterial enzyme that will break down plastic and make it completely recyclable again. Much better than the system we have now, making it much more affordable. So while we're coming out with brand new technologies that could veritably save the human beings on this earth and clean up this beautiful earth of ours, they're trying to destroy it with chemicals dumped in the skies above us. Pushing leaders that are so absolutely brain dead that they think that they're somehow helping by saying that there's no such thing as climate change. There is such a thing as climate change. It's called weather modification. It's not what the Democrats talk about. It's quite different. They're actually creating the weather changes we're seeing. The very people that are pushing this new world order are actually designing the weather that we breathe. They virtually have a massive amount of chemicals dumped in the air above us. And the Democrats won't talk about this. Republicans won't talk about this. I'm perhaps one of the few people that even talks about this publicly. I created chemtrailparty.com. You can check that out if you want friends to find out about what they're doing. But we really are under the gun here. Our whole country is being turned into a slave camp, and we're being sprayed like insects. We definitely need a moratorium on glyphosate to fix the economy. I totally agree, Hippo. Roundup killed my father. My dad died because of exposure to Roundup. My dad was one of the first users of Roundup in our yard. I'd always kept talking to him about the dangers of inorganic pesticides, herbicides, and how important organic food was. And my father really never took a real interest in the quality of food he ate. But more importantly, one day he just said, dang it, I don't want these damn weeds. I'm going to go buy this new product called Roundup. Yeah, they still sell Roundup. Yeah, I know. It's a dangerous herbicide which has been labeled a carcinogen in California. But anyway, he went out and bought this big, huge, mega 20, like 3 gallons of it and distributed it that day, laid down and had the worst headache of his life. And the headache didn't last one day, it lasted 4 days. and turned into a backache, which then turned into prostate cancer. Yeah. So you can't tell me there wasn't a connection. Okay, Sarah's going to come into the room. Thank you.
Was there a line at Lowe's, Catnip?
Yeah, was there a line outside the door at Lowe's?
You've been lying asleep or lying awake for 4 hours in your bed. I'm sorry to hear that pain. Hello, Tipine. Welcome. Yes, the giant hornet invasion is pretty crazy. Well, you know, a lot of things aren't always obvious to me. That is hilarious. Very funny, misanthropy. He was like, Trump said good morning, and all these news agents outlets, like how they cover the story or whatever. It was one of those. Looks can be deceiving, Catnip. Catnip thinks I look like I had a real great life growing up. I was born in America. That made my life great, but I was born to my mom likes to say upper lower class, and I just say lower class, like lower income. I think that you can still have class and not have the best income. Well, part of the thing is my family, we had a really big family. So my dad still never could afford a house, like his own home ownership. We rented, and sometimes we rented houses that weren't even really able to be lived in. But anyway. I'd like to go dancing, but I don't want to go with any of those people. I'm sorry. Sometimes I found, like, for a while, I don't know if it was me, if it was David. Yeah, a lot of my childhood was in Southern California and Riverside, California. I wasn't born there, but I lived from like 4th grade to 11th grade, and then came back for part of 12th grade. So most of my life was probably down there until I moved up here, and now I've lived here for 20 years. So my parents my parents' family had this thing where they'd move like a lot. Like, I've lived here for 20 years, and I think my family has like moved 20 times in the last 20 years. I don't think that's the case, but Soul Child, I think that, well, class is different than, I guess, socioeconomic status, but my story does matter to me. That's why I'm here. So, thank you for watching. I was going to end the recording, but I'll let David do that. In California, it's acceptable to live in a dilapidated home as long as it looks okay on the outside. True. Sad. True. Man, Southern California had like Oh, the insects that they have down there. It's just, it was bad. It was really bad. But then, like, I was like, we were really involved in church, and I went on in high school, some other family like sponsored my trip to Mexico for the church. My family was always getting like hand-me-downs and handouts, but anyway, I went down to Mexico, and it really made me realize, like, just being born in the US, I had it better than a lot of people. I don't go to church right now, no, but I did go to church when I was growing up. And I went and I was learning Spanish in school, taking Spanish classes, and I think that's one of the reasons that I was such a good student, that I really felt like education offered the only opportunity to get out of my socioeconomic status to better myself. Yeah, I know. You're right. Churches usually, like on missionary trips, they usually go to the bad parts of countries. And yeah, we went down on this like mission trip, and it was like to this orphanage down in Mexico, and it was pretty crazy because the village, we stayed in this church that the church was up on a hill, and we like just slept in sleeping bags in the floor of this church, and the church would feed the kids from this village, and the village was I went to a non-denominational church. This village was, most of the houses were built with cardboard. And then the church went down and like laid a slab of concrete and brought in electricity to this person's house and built a house with, they called it a house, but it was like the size of our shed that David and I built. And yeah, it was crazy. Misanthropy think that the kids in that village might have had great immune systems, possibly. But I had taken enough Spanish that I was able to converse with the kids, and it was kind of interesting because like our church was saying, charging our youth group to like each person in our youth group would cover some costs. Like it's like kind of like people send their kids to camp and pay for that. Well, my family doesn't have the money to pay for that. But anyway, so somebody else sponsored me to go. That's, yeah. Well, I would say, ironically, it's just kind of crazy, but some people that are homeless in the U.S. didn't necessarily grow up that way, but there's a reason, like, they don't have family to support them. Maybe they didn't treat their family very nicely. It is hard because I always want to believe that people are kind-hearted and giving like I am, but not everyone is. Some people are users. You're not in the USA. Most people who watch my show are in the USA, Pirate. I don't know how you found my show, but whatever. You seem to like hanging out with me, but yeah, most people who are, I know you're not. But you have like your belief that because you're not in the USA, you think that most people in our show aren't in the USA. Maybe everybody should type in what country they're from, and I'll type in mine. Ah, that's so sad, Catnip. I still give, but I don't give to the people where it blew up in my face. But I do understand how that giving heart can go. What? Misanthropy, you're from Africa? Or you were in Africa? What? Totally didn't see that coming. Well, most people are actually good and most people are not users, but I can understand if you have given to people, and you know, the thing is that I've learned, I love my family, but even family, you have to take care of yourself. You can't always be taking care of family. If you don't take care of yourself, you're not able to elevate out to where you can possibly come back and take care of family. Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you, Catnip. You're right, Final Dream wrote, if you give resources to your enemies, they will come back and use it to blow up your base. Some people are like that. Some people. Not everyone, but some people. And some people are really good. Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, though, Catnip, I'm just saying, like, realize it's okay to give some people a shot, but don't give the same people a second shot. You know, like I say, it's okay to like see, well, maybe this person is giving, and maybe try something small and realize, oh, they're so not giving, forget it. And sometimes it's like you kind of have to search for those people. It's kind of weird. Well, I'm glad you have a brother that can take care of your mom, Anita. Dr. Pete, you don't care what you type. It's all about what you delete. Yeah, well, certain people you have to give up on. It's just, you can't give to a suck monster. There's this story in the South, which is like, this guy saw a snake laying on the side of the road and it seemed injured, or at least appeared injured. So he brought the snake home and nursed the snake back to health. And then the snake bit him. He's like, snake, why'd you do that for? And the snake said, dude, you knew I was a snake when you brought me home. So some people are snakes, but that doesn't mean everyone's a snake. Ooh, I like that, Misanthropy. Misanthropy believes in giving someone your time. But I hope that you don't think that when you go to a restaurant. I saw this one person, he went to a restaurant and he was like trying to have a conversation with a waitress who I could tell was like trying to just do her job and like be cordial and listen, but I got other tables to clean and other things to do. And the guy didn't even give her a tip. He's like, I believe in just giving my time. And she's like, you know, it would have been better if you didn't give me any of your time. I hope they're not mosquitoes. I think that was a little gnat, but it could have been. Yeah, we all have problems. But, oh well. And sometimes you just need a taco. I do like Mexican food. I haven't... David's... I don't know. Misanthropy does not tip. He thinks it's a restaurant's responsibility to pay their employees a livable wage. I do tip. But I'm not a huge, well, yeah, I'm not a huge tipper. I have been in the past sometimes. Huh? Vinny said he ordered a Caesar salad once and there was a heron in it. And he said, I ordered romaine, not Rogaine. Final Dream doesn't tip because no one gets his order right. If you did have someone that got your order right, would you tip? I hope the good one wins, Sammy. The one you feed, actually, you say, Sarah-san, there are 2 dogs inside me that fight all the time. One good and one bad. Do you know which one wins? The one you feed. Do you feed the good dog positive messages or do you feed the bad dog negative messages? Oh, I did get that. The one I feed the most. So I should talk to you about good news and good things. That way we can feed our positive spirit. You know, but I also believe it's okay to talk about if you're going through a hard time. But, yeah, so positive things. All of my students are participating in education somewhat. A couple of them aren't completing all their assignments, but they did come to the video meet after I called them. So I was able to connect with them all virtually and teach them something. So that's good. And most of them are doing all of their assignments. Some of them still have some assignments to do, but it's because it's on a separate website. But they should know that. But that's okay. So I'm going to give them a reminder. Some other good news. Oh, the tulips are blooming. Here we have we're one county over is like world famous for our tulips, and we have tulips growing in our front yard and they're all blooming, and the bluebells are blooming too. And I'm sorry to hear that, Nita. And yeah, they're just gorgeous. I have a little flower bed out front and it's really beautiful. You still can't subtract. Subtract means to get rid of. Sarah, do you think the show has prepared you for online teaching? Absolutely. It prepared me to be more comfortable in front of a camera. And ironically, I am using our XSplit program to record my math video lessons. And I'm doing my math video lessons without my face on it so that other teachers can use it. But yeah, when I'm in my Google Meet teaching moments, I am way less nervous, I think, than other teachers who haven't been on camera are. So yes, I do think that's it's prepared me for online teaching, and I'm totally in my element. I love it. I'm I could totally just do this full time remote teaching, and even more even if the workload was a lot more, I could still do it. Yeah, that's true. XSplit uses more resources than OBS. I've been telling people about OBS, by the way, in the teaching community. Yeah, or I could go to work for someone that already does. Tiddly D says there might be an app I could start. Sarah David's been telling me that too for years, like start online teaching, but or I could go. Yeah, I mean I really like my job, so I could do something like that, but I don't even want to make. The thing is, like, I'm nervous to dive deep into the technical ends. I think yeah, you're right. I am totally a wuss in that department. I'm not, yeah, I'm not afraid to admit that. And you know, it's funny. I'm like shying away from things that make me anxious now. Since I turned 40, I'm like, you know what? I know what, or 41, but I know what I don't like now. Oh my goodness, no, actually I'm 42. But I know what I don't like. Like there's certain things I'm like, nope, I don't like that. Like we took a trip back east. I do not know how you guys live around mosquitoes. I cannot stand anywhere with mosquitoes. Like one in a, one, like 2 mosquitoes in an acre, that's fine, but like, oh gosh, there are some places that have so much mosquitoes, and I am very, very allergic. For dinner, I had some rice and chicken and cheese and broccoli. It was good. So Sadi says, wait till I turn 50, the world will be different. And you did say so, Sadi, one of the things you mentioned about is like with online learning, I have the majority of my families are just really supportive, and I really, really appreciate that. I think part of it, I tried really early on to establish relationships, and I think that's one of the things about teaching is it's really about relationships. Every 10 years is an adjustment, mentally and physically. Abby Martin did a live stream about Biden and Tara Reid, or are you referring to something else? Hello, I done my nickel. Nice to see you. All right. Well, I forgot to have David stop the show when I came in the second time, which we were gonna do. Start having me like be able to play videos and things. That's okay. I'm happy to see you too. Wow. Interesting.
At the height of the HIV crisis, authorities did not tell people to put away.
One city is forced to get rid of the rule requiring face masks in businesses. An emergency proclamation required face masks in stores and restaurants in Oklahoma, but that was nixed after store and restaurant owners received threats. That they had made the proclamation on Thursday. They required patrons to cover their faces to combat the spread of coronavirus. Instead, now they're encouraging face coverings. Many cite the mistaken belief the requirement is unconstitutional. They say, You have it queued up. Is it a music video?
Tilts up.
Stay-at-home order protesters in California. I wonder if I can play it because I'm still recording live, but I will leave it, and then as soon as David stops the recording, I will play it. But the stay-at-home protests have started in California. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so in Stillwater, Oklahoma, they had put in a thing that they couldn't go into businesses without wearing masks, patrons, but now they said they can't require that to happen because people were saying you can't come in here without a mask, and then they were getting threatened. So now they're like, we are strongly encouraging you to wear a mask. I would think businesses could say their employees have to wear a mask. How do you think they would be good, Dr. Pete? Dr. Pete asks, is it possible that chemtrails could be good for humanity? How is that possible? Yes, my glasses do often fog up when I wear a mask. All right. Good night. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping in, Tiddly D. They did allow hair salons in your area to open, so sorry they didn't in other areas, like where Tiddly D is. The things that we hate are the things that we love after time. Is vice versa true too? The things that we love are the things that we hate after time? Yeah, David would probably like that, Soul Child. I'm not a fan. Oh, the governor where you are didn't allow opening yet either. I don't know where there are businesses that are, or at least hair salons that are open. Oh, they opened a dog salon. People get a free haircut if they pay for their dog's haircut. Wow. Actually, so there was some talk about this. Misanthropy asks the question about, do you think text-based communication has become more popular because it's easier for the NSA to scan through text than it is to convert speech to text to analyze? So it's interesting you ask that question. I heard a researcher talk about this subject, about like millennials and their dating profiles, and that how they would prefer to talk to people in text rather than over the phone because they feel like they can think about what they're going to say in text. And if they're thinking about it when they're talking over the phone or in person, that they feel like it's hard for them to assemble the words correctly, or on the fly, puts pressure on them to assemble exactly what they want to say. Kids can text faster than they can talk? I don't know about that. Maybe, but I don't know about that. I know people did talk on the phone just fine before the millennial generation came around, but have you ever like had a new conversation on the phone with like a new friend? Hello, how are you?
They haven't had any new friends. They did a study that found that nobody has a new friend.
That's true. That is
4
true.
years, most people don't have new friends in 4 years.
It's really hard to make a friends.
Yeah.
I find that's true. I've decided I have 3 people that I would consider really good friends. David is one of them. You make friends all the time. That's good. How do you do it? How do you make friends? Maybe I need some pointers. Yeah, maybe that's true. I would think I have 3 friends, and some of my friends I don't talk to that often. But then when I do talk to them, I feel like I can talk to them. Yeah, along with the 5 million other people, Dr. Pete. They'll be listening to the 5 million other people, including old reruns of different shows. Yeah, that's true. People on Facebook do think they have hundreds of friends, but I'm talking about people like one of my friends, like I might not talk to her for 2 months, but then when I do talk to her, it feels like I talk for an hour and it feels like 10 minutes. The study you're referring to defined friend as someone you could confide in. Does a journal count? I think then I have 3 friends. Maybe 2. People love Facebook and they get depressed if they don't go on there. There is something about Facebook that it has, especially if you get it on your phone, the notifications create a Pavlovian response system where it's like, ding, I gotta check my messages. Like, it's so weird. Yeah, it actually has been created to be addicting. There's no con in confidence. Interesting. So you don't have any friends, Anita? I guess that's why you come here, because you feel like you can confide in the room here. Yeah, true. Misanthropy says Facebook leads to very superficial relationships. Try deleting your account and seeing how many of them you would ever talk to again. I'm training myself to not respond when my phone dings. But then sometimes it's like, I'll look at it and I'll be like, oh, I missed a text message because I thought it was a Facebook ding. Like, I want to respond to text messages, but not, maybe not all of them, but yeah, anyway, but usually. I like to respond when people need help. But then some people have me on Facebook Messenger, so they send like help that way, and then other people do it through text, and other people just call, and other people email. And then my really good friend was like, I didn't want to tell you I needed help, which I felt sad, but that's okay. But yeah, confiding, and that's about trust, confiding in people. Sometimes I do feel like I'm a bit superficial as far as confiding in people. But I do. And then other times I confide too much. Putting your business everywhere isn't really good either. I do like, one of the reasons I got back into Facebook, it's so funny, I have one Facebook account that was really like, I created it and I have added some family, but mostly I was using it for third-party stuff, and I would add people that came into our show. I hadn't checked on that account in a couple of years, Then I created another Facebook account. I stopped using it because somebody like hacked it or tried to get my family, like tried to follow my family and anyway. So I created a different one for just my family and my professional friends. And I don't add friends on there unless I've met them in real life. And I reconnected with family, and then they have this thing called Family Chat my sister created, which was like, it's a group chat on Facebook that I can like chat with my family members, which is kind of funny because I hadn't talked to them in like years, but yeah, that's a problem with all the other, any social media. It's all tailored, and it's all like this certain message, and I am pretty positive though on those. And that's the problem, is that when you send positive messages, are you being real? And then if you're being real, are you like oversharing? Yeah, certain type. I noticed that if you don't share, not only if you don't like delete your account, but if you just stop sharing, it's like no one
bothers to share with you.
Yeah, no one bothers to share back with you,
Yeah.
and then you don't get any notifications, and then you just feel like,
Yeah, that's how it was always on AOL. That was the way it was too.
yeah.
It's really a passive medium. It's a vicarious medium. The whole chat networks on internet, it's more of a kind of a standoffish thing. Most people like dabble in chat. I think there's more involved right now in tracking your purchasing behavior and your online searches. I think they're probably more interested in that than what you're saying. They want to sell you things, and they want to guide you wherever you want, they want you to go.
But if you say something, then they're like, oh, they must be interested in this. So then, like, I noticed, especially because I think Twitter and Facebook are linked, or at least, they
definitely.
search they get your cookies and track where you go.
Yeah.
So, like, I'll be talking about leadership on Facebook, and then I'll I'll be talking about leadership on Twitter, and I'll be following principals, and then of schools, and then I go into Facebook, and it's like advertisements. Get your principal degree. It's just
It follows it tracks you and sells it to you.
Yeah.
It's like you're a commodity to them.
Yes, exactly.
It's not like you have an identity or privacy or a view.
When services are free, you are the product.
Yeah, pretty much, except in the case of Cool Rock, because we don't track their identity, and we don't track any of their behavior. So we offer free things for people, like fun stuff, and I'm really getting people turned on to the site because it's really fun, and I enjoy it. And I would never ever try to turn it into a tracking device. I think that's the big problem with the past 15 years, 20 years, the Google and Facebook tracking our privacy. I think it's terrible. We even have tools where you can ensure your privacy. Well, thank you, Sarah, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
So Tiddly D took off. I think we recorded that broadcast, so we'll keep it in the file because we have had a pretty good show so far. Yeah, a couple times Sarah comes in and I want her to be able to do more creative stuff for herself, but today I think she just enjoyed it. I don't believe in the institution of marriage, just like I don't believe in our government currently run by the corrupt people that are currently running it. I mean, I'm David Spahn. I'm of America's Third Party because I believe it in a different way. Many people in Washington are living as partners, even gay people. So, yeah, you can turn it off and unplug it. Thanks. You can bring me my coffee if you want. I have my thermos in here. If you want to just bring a cupful, that'd be fine. Whatever's in there. So we covered Dr. Fauci's gift of $3.7 million to the Wuhan laboratory folks. So we've identified Fauci's involved in the origin of this. Thank you. Fauci's involved in the origin of this virus. Pretty serious. Big allegations. Donald needs to follow up on that. Thank you. Okay, good. Perfect. If Donald doesn't follow up on that, that means he's complicit in it. He's also complicit in the Bill Gates COVID ID thing. And when Donald Trump said today that he was just going to give it to us, I was astounded.
Look at Joe.
He said it a couple days ago.
They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots. They have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
Okay, so this man who doesn't even want to get tested for drugs is telling us that we should all be forced to vaccinate. There's a big Chinese container somewhere. Yeah. It's like he's acting like Hitler, right? And who else? I mean, yeah. He's had a long history of saying he's concerned about vaccines. Now he's just flat out saying they have to get their shots. So, if you're a Republican, welcome to our party, folks. Yeah, I'm not one of those people like Trump who would ever force vaccinate. I promise you I would never, ever order that or require that, ever. Well, I have been censored for 12 years, Ken. And when you tell me I can't find my website in the search engines, or you can't find my website, coolrock.com, in the sense, I'm not being a jerk. I'm telling you, I've been a victim of censorship for 12 years. Now you're making it out to be my problem? That I'm the bad guy, Ken? Because I've been a victim of censorship for 12 years and I'm the bad guy? Come on, you ought to realize that when you search for something, you're not going to find anything you're supposed to search for. It's essentially designed to feed you what's there. I'm not going to appear on any search engines. 12 years of censorship, you don't appear on search engines. So thank you for your input, but really, I'm not being a jerk. I'm telling you, I'm a victim here, and you're trying to make me a victim again. You're trying to victimize me in the chat room, Ken. That kind of pisses me off. I'm supposed to have a nice time here, and you're actually acting like it's my fault for telling you that I've been a victim for 12 years. I find that kind of odd. Yeah, what's your problem? If you can't find my website, then too bad. Jeez, who cares? The whole internet is a complete, absolute disaster zone ever since they started censoring it. President Trump says, good morning. Fox says, Trump unveils plan to make mornings great again. Huffington Post says, mornings are sexist. Here's how. CNN says, can you believe what Fox has said about this? OAN, the new one that supports Trump, says, glorious leader Trump causes sun to rise in East once again. Salon says, mornings are racist. Here's how. Fact check says false. Do you know who else has a morning? Russia. Oh, NBC, yeah. Trump destroys libs with these two little words. Really? Good morning. Family of late General Soleimani are unable to have a good morning thanks to Trump. Washington Post. Mornings are better in communist China, the New York Times. Vice says, I combined 12 prescription drugs and slept with a hooker to experience why mornings are transphobic. You know, I'd say that was a pretty funny meme if it wasn't so accurate. It's more like a sad testimony of reality. Yeah, I mean, hey, even in this room, Ken, I'm completely hosed right now. Our D-Live show was growing great until we got hit really hard by censors. And they pound away at our show every night. So Donald Trump is the only president in the country's history that is trying to incite riots. Trying to incite riots, and when you look for his history on drugs, it doesn't look good. Yeah. Let me show you. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm looking for a little something I made on Trump. Or I reviewed it already. He hired a dog breeder, you know, to run our entire coronavirus task force. I featured that already. Yeah, it was pretty sad. He literally hired a dog breeder. The guy breeds these types of poodles. They're like almost like a terrier poodle. You've probably seen them. This is the guy who's running our coronavirus task force, a dog breeder. So these guys are very familiar, by the way. Dog breeders are very familiar with the chip. Yeah, they use chips on dogs all the time. When they sell them now, they put chips in them. So the chip that they want to stick in your body when you forced to be vaccinated, because this dog breeder who's running the task force wants to bag and chip you like a dog. Yeah, you get that opportunity, which is nice. You know, otherwise, you know. So I can see now why it didn't occur to me at first why he did this dog breeder. The guy's very familiar with the RFID chipping system. Very familiar. Yeah, it's like that's his personal like pet project. Pun intended. Yeah. Dilated pupils. What does that mean? That's strange. Yeah, the article that I was searching for in my history file, ironically, which is part of the Chrome-based system, which can be hacked, by the way, is strangely missing the article on Trump's drug. Some doctor said he had a drug addiction. Now I'm looking for the article, it's gone. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. If I see it in the next few minutes, I'll tell you. I'm just looking constantly through my files right now. While you look at the dog that is, you know, part of their... That's weird. They must have... Yeah, there must be somebody working on the back end of Chrome's recordings on history. Oh, no, I found it. Hallelujah. 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 Okay, take a look. Dilation is very abnormal. Now, here's a guy who says we should take a vaccine, that we really got to take it even though the hospitals are empty. Trump's pupils are often very dilated, and a doctor explains what this could mean. Donald Trump is one weird dude. We know this. One thing we may not have noticed, though, is that Trump's often had abnormally large pupils. And according to an ophthalmologist, Dr. Jack Brown, this is incredibly worrisome. Glaring sirens, blaring red flashing lights, he says. Yes. According to Brown, in the image, Trump's pupils are approximately 8 millimeters. The dark adapted eyes of a healthy 12-year-old may have 8 millimeter pupils, but in an unmedicated 70-year-old with healthy eyes in a well-lit room, the statistical odds of such large pupil size approaches 0. Yeah, well-lit room, pupils wide open. Well, let's be clear.
Trump Saturday, as he told reporters these next 2 weeks will be the toughest for the coronavirus outbreak. More than 300,000 people have tested positive
Thank you. Finish the war you started. Why is this significant? Well, yeah, Trump's enlarged pupils are much less likely a sign of significant undiagnosed or undisclosed medical condition and much more likely a side effect of a drug, medication, one of a relatively small group of drugs. Brown states that the Trump's large pupils are most likely due to a medication, including amphetamines, barbiturates, cocaine, MDMA, ecstasy. Brown sums it up by stating President Trump's pupils are intermittently and significantly dilated from a medical standpoint, and that is not normal. All right? That's why he hired a dog trainer to handle the COVID response system. Yeah, maybe we can get some help from, one of the guys in the room. In fact, let me stack this up here so I don't have to look at your statement, Ken. Yeah, I'm a little bit miffed that you think it's a big deal that I'm responding to you this way. Yeah, I'm not being a jerk. I'm telling you, I have been a victim of censorship for 12 years, especially in this room right now. So it's not making me really happy. The D-Live situation has backfired on me. I know, Trump is pushing disinfectant injections. Trump is hiding his family because he knows what he's doing is trying to save his family, but yet everyone else in the world will die. Oh, thanks for telling me, Catnip. Yeah, like you figured it all out. Wow. No, Trump is actually in and out of a bunker right underneath the White House. Well, that's illegal. You can't say that. Yeah, that's you can't come in the room and make statements like that. Yep. So we had a Tiddly D came in, and he's starting trekking school. Tiddly D is. He's one of the first viewers we had over at Blog TV. It's pretty cool, actually. That's why we made him an op. Yeah, Tiddly D actually, I found out later that Tiddly D actually has been the same guy we knew back in Blog TV. I won't tell you his name, but yeah, the earliest days of our show. Yeah, and Steve-O, I pulled you off ops because you weren't really doing a lot. Yeah, so it's just a side issue. We had a couple of attacks in our room the other night. Anyway, if you don't believe it, here's the link to the guy who's a dog catcher, or basically a dog breeder who's running our coronavirus task force. Stay-at-home order protesters in California, yeah.
Towards the sky. We know that a lot of choppers are going to be going in and out of the area above the protests taking place, so we might be losing this feed here momentarily, everybody, but that was the state capitol building in Sacramento, the site of at least a couple of thousand, what appeared to be an enormous crowd of people protesting the stay-at-home order being issued here.
Wow. So we've got a lot of stay-at-home people protesting, and that's a good indication that people are healthy, using their right to protest, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. I just worry that if these Republicans had any clue that Donald Trump was going to force vaccinate them, they wouldn't be too happy about that. Many of them would probably run for cover. So many of these people don't realize they're out there fighting. They were called to protest because Donald Trump wants to incite riots. So that they think they're doing Donald justice by standing around protesting when the governor has really never had the right to shut our states down at all, and Trump could have exerted leadership at a key time, and he didn't. So now our country's been shut down unnecessarily for 48 days. We're day 48 here at the America's Third Party Endless Shut-In Show. And we're not afraid to tell you the truth that Pence is an absolute idiot, as seen here in the picture where he told everybody to wear a mask, but he himself didn't. This is a man who feels like he's above everybody, and not to make matters worse, he's attacked the reporter who brought this to light. He's accusing her of things in the media, won't let her go to the White House, all kinds of weird things. Just because they called him on what his stupidity is. Yeah, they use a euphemism, and they call it stay-at-home protests to make it sound like people are protesting, telling you to stay home. That's so true. Yeah, the stay-at-home protests. So they're trying to make you stay at home by go out and protesting. Yeah, you know, that's the most obvious things are so in our face that we don't even ask these questions. Thank you, Misanthropy. Yeah, you're always coming up with a very interesting perspective. Hey, we have unconfirmed reports suggesting that Kim Jong-un is alive. Yeah, but it's not him. They want us to believe that Kim Jong-un is alive and everything's great, except for one little problem. Kim Jong-un doesn't have teeth that look like that. Kim Jong-un has almost perfect teeth. I'll be glad to show you a photograph of the true teeth of the Supreme Leader. It's not jagged like that. So they found somebody who looks just like him. He eats a lot of food, and probably bulks up on Cheerios every night. You think it's Soul Child, really? Are you sure? Wow, we're graced to have Soul Child in our room. That's so nice. Thank you for being here. Oh, Willie. What's that about? Oh, Willie. What kind of weird stuff are you sending me? I don't like anything with snuff films in it, Soul Child. Yeah, I don't do that. No, I mean, you remember you sent me the last picture of yourself? What was that, with a face mask on your... Yeah, I forget. It was pretty funny. Yeah, she did she put her stoma bag over her face, which was rather interesting. It went viral. Yeah, a lot of people feel like they're gang stalked. This poor guy thinks he's being gang stalked, and ultimately he is a person who believes that he's a targeted individual. Let me show you a couple of targeted individuals right now.
Hey, you guys, targeted citizen here. Out and about, getting stalked everywhere I go. Even pregnant girls in red shirts are meant to chase you around. Just had a short little Latino guy walk in behind me at the Harbor Freight store with a black fedora on. Wow. Getting stalked everywhere I go.
Now, he believes he's being stalked. He really does. I can't tell you if that's true or not. All I know is that a lot of people feel that they're being stalked. Okay, let's look at the Supreme Leader's face in this picture. Now you notice the dental work is a little bit tighter in here. See that? Whereas this other dental work is a little bit looser. It's you get this from eating you don't get teeth like that you get from eating dog meat. Whereas teeth like this you get from eating Swiss cheese and caviar, which is what Kim Jong-un normally eats. So, distinct differences between the teeth? The answer is yes. Does he have a dupe? Yes. Are they using the duplicate? Yes. Is Kim Jong-un brain dead? We don't know. Thank you very much. I have very powerful skills of observation. I have a spatial reasoning genius IQ, so I can tell you I can spot all kinds of insignificant little details. One looks like seaweed and no flossing, the other looks more legitimate. That is a Kim Jong-un impersonator that hangs out with a Trump impersonator. If you mirror this photo, you will see it's the same teeth. Let's take a look. Yep, possibly so. And I think they may have greased up his face too. Analyzing his teeth. I don't know. His teeth look a little bit rougher than the ones of Kim Jong-un in this picture. Have you come to the conclusion that Mike Pence is Kim Jong-un? No. I'm not trying to confuse you. No, those aren't his teeth either. This is the third imposter. They've got a few body doubles. He's always had body doubles because he's afraid of being hit with a directed energy weapon. I know, you think I'm Jim Carrey, but if Jim Carrey really wanted to get a new identity, he would have said that he doesn't exist anymore. And would have said he's no longer Jim Carrey and announced that he's David Sponheim. But he never did that, did he? So if Jim Carrey was really, truly trying to get a new identity, he'd have a nose job so he wouldn't look so Jewish, and he would turn his face into mine. We know that Jim Carrey is very much in play. Oh yeah, he may be used to impersonate me, possibly. He's owned by the Illuminati, you know. Oh, you never know. They could actually have Jim Carrey do a blonde a little wig thing, and they could get Jim Carrey to do David. Well, it's not that far off to think that, maybe I gave my girlfriend herpes and she died. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it could be, I suppose. It kind of matches him. Thank God I'm not him. You imagine the guilt having lost your girlfriend to suicide because you gave her herpes? That's gotta suck, Jim. I know, that's what I heard, yeah. He's got to be dead inside from doing that, yeah. It's not the same face. No, I look way better than Jim Carrey. I'm much more handsome. I don't have that Jewish nose that he has. Not that that's a bad thing. Oy vey. I mean, you might have a Jewish nose. Is that such a bad thing? Jeffrey Epstein doesn't even have a Jewish nose. Yeah, you ought to interview him. Barbara Walters should interview Jeffrey Epstein now that he's got a whole new shtick going on at the big St. James Island. Yeah, she should. Barbara, hello, Jeffrey. How are you? Didn't she defend Jeffrey? And Corey Feldman? Yeah, Barbara Walters said she actually said that stop doing this, Corey Feldman. Yeah, Corey Feldman was exposing the pedo rings. Wouldn't that be a great interview? Jeffrey Epstein, how are you? I'm Barbara Walters. I'm here to talk to you about your recent accusation of dying. And then Jeffrey could actually tell people, yeah, this is... You want to see it? Yeah. Trump has lookalikes. This is a Trump lookalike from an area outside of Spain, a female potato farmer. Yep. I'm 6'4", and Jim Carrey is 6'2". He's 2 inches shorter than me. That's a big distinction right there. I'm serious, this is a potato farmer that looks just like the president who was spotted in Texas one year when Trump was on the campaign trail. And we believe that it's the same woman that had the tan job and that took a picture, and then Trump had to say, no, there's very bad Photoshop. That is definitely, this is her, yeah. Very bad Photoshop. We already did that one, Petro. You missed the whole show. Yeah, we already played him. Every time you come in late, this is what happens. Didn't I tell you should say 10 Hail Marys and get back to me on that? Okay, well, that's between you and the Pope. So we debunked that picture of Kim Jong-un. So Kim Jong-un is probably nearly dead or dying. Probably. Got to go through my links here. Governor Cuomo is behaving very poorly, flipping on everybody. You know, he's starting to ticket people $500 after saying this. Yeah, what can I do for you? Yeah, we did. I'm going to take you and all your other people and we're going to hose you down with a little hamburger. Yeah. We're going to make sure you spread, the spray spreads out so that everybody gets everything they need. You know what I'm talking about? Your brains will be like hamburger. Yeah. I get death threats every night, folks. Seriously. Yeah, Cuomo is actually giving out $500 tickets now for people that are social distancing too close to each other. After he said this, I mean, talk about a hypocrite.
Everything we're doing is basically voluntary on behalf of people. right? State government, local government, federal government doesn't have the power to enforce stay-at-home orders. If 19 million people said, I'm going out today, they would go out. Everything.
Yeah, but then they get a $500 ticket, you freak. This guy padded the COVID stats to make it look like 18,000 people died in New York so he could get 13,000 per. And anyone who died on a ventilator, he gets another 39,000. Oh, this is guy, he's all about the money, and these people are willing to put this COVID BS in front of us and then have the audacity to claim that we now have to be vaccinated because it's spreading so fast when they lied about the statistics. They literally have empty hospitals around the country, and we're all supposed to believe that, oh, now it's getting worse. All you have to do is drive to one of your local hospitals, folks, and there's no big deal. Feel free to drive by with your windows up. You won't get infected by driving by your hospital. You'll notice that they're all empty across the country. And I'm not making this up. I gladly take you to hospitals, Film Your Hospitals, at Film Your Hospitals. There's also filmyourhospitals.com. I gladly take you there, but unfortunately YouTube doesn't allow that. They'd kick me off the YouTube channel if I did that. What we could play is doctors dancing around. They've got those going on, yeah. There's been a lot of fake stuff going on Twitter. We don't know. These doctors seem to have all this time, and the nurses too. And they're pitching this weird behavior of like one group imitated the Last Supper with Jesus Christ. Totally sacrilegious. Let me see if I can bring up that image. Yeah, this is kind of a compilation photo. All these doctors have so much time that they have virtually this thing going on, where they're doing a lot of, look at that, Film Your Hospital, done like the Last Supper, and then there's a whole major crew. That's a professional crew filming people supposedly dealing with this terrible situation. That's just one of the many things. Here's a no sitting, no stopping, a sign. 6 foot social distancing required. You can't even sit on the beach, damn. I feel we're in a horror movie that never ends. USA, land of tyrants. I can show you that. There's some insanity going on in Peru. Look at this. Social distancing. So, right. This social distancing is designed to actually make the cameras that use facial recognition more accurate. And Scissorfight brought this up today. He said this is all part of a plan to make everything easy for the facial recognition systems that are in place to analyze and know who we are. Because facial recognition systems are not quite able to capture who we are, and they want to make sure that we're all in a line, carefully parked, so that no one can have faces hidden from each other. That's a theory that is going around, that this is like some sort of social training behavior, along with violation of our freedoms, which is a huge takedown of America. And we talked about how Donald Trump could be working for the New World Order during the campaign in 2016. I even mentioned that it did seem to me that he had all these New World Order connections to the Rothschilds through the Russian oligarchs. All the Russian oligarchs answer to would be people above them financially. Because in Russia, it's a matter of who has the most money wins. And that's true in China too. So in China, they're doing a similar thing. They're trying to, elevate the children of Mao Zedong's inner circle are now really rich, ultra bourgeois people in communist China. And they're the ones that are trying to implement this social credit scoring, which is designed to subjugate people and oppress them. The more you're oppressed, the richer these people feel. They almost feel like if you were bagged and tagged and walking around like an automaton with an RFID chip in it blinking away, you'd be exactly what they want, And they could actually somehow train you to go to the death camp at a certain time and check in like in that movie Soylent Green. Yeah, it's definitely a facial recognition thing that they're doing. They can also do gait recognition. Oh yeah, it's getting so sophisticated. Misanthropy is showing us a link here. It's getting so sophisticated that they virtually can check your gait. They know you by your gait. If you call in and threaten me, I have a recording of your voice and will use it against you in the court of law. This has been your warning. Beep. Yeah, if you try to call me, I'll have a voice recognition system eventually that will pull up all the recordings I make, and we'll actually know where you are because you use your phone when you talk. Like the guy that called me just a few minutes ago, he said, "Hey, you know we are watching you, you know who I am." And that voice is actually recorded, and the actual voice will pick up whenever you call up and you see you're calling your mom. "Hey mom, this is Guido. Yeah, I'm over here at the Bada Bing. Yeah, we were just threatening David just to make sure that he keeps in line, you know." We'll know exactly where you are by where you're calling your mom. So even you will be detected. Everything we're doing here is like we're recording all these threats because I will be prosecuting each and every one of you who tries to attack me. Thank you. It'd be a blast to listen to people threaten my life. You know, I don't think so. Your idea of fun is not my idea of fun. They could already scan your fingerprints from across the street back in 2014, folks. Biometric systems and measurements are being taken on your gait as well as your fingerprints from a distance. It's amazing. You know, whenever I touch a screen on an ATM, I always touch the screen straight on like that. So there's no angle of my hand. Because if you angle your hand up, and I'm not going to even do it on the screen because you'll read my fingerprints. But when you angle it up, that it's going to show your fingerprints. So touch those buttons straight on. Well, isn't that special? Well, could it be Satan? Trump received intelligence briefings on coronavirus twice in January. But he probably blew it off. It's all a hoax. But oh, you want me to implement the live exercise? You should have told me. Mike, you should have told me it's a live exercise. So I just shut it down. They said shut it down, so I shut down the country, the most powerful country. We shut it down.
And we took the greatest economy in the history of the world and we closed it in order to win this war. And we took the greatest economy.
What war? The hospitals are empty, dude. Unbelievable. Where have all the patients gone? Long time to COVID. Where have all the real sick people have gone? They're actually getting better. Believe it or not, we've got stats that'll blow your mind. Yeah, just when you thought life was getting easy. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Greta Fahy, and
You're a targeted individual, I know. Hold on. One moment, please. Accessing file. Hold. Beep. Yeah, Dr. Fauci's got a lot of answering to do. We're going to have to charge him with a war crime. He admitted that this would happen in 2017, and now it's happening. So that means he's contributed to it somehow. And Event 201 is too coincidental to happen in October when the spread of the disease was occurring. Bill Gates will be under investigation too. No, you won't get a partial fingerprint from an angle at that angle. No. No, I don't believe it. Hello, darkness, my Central Park. That would be great. Yeah, Simon and Garfunkel could be singing in the park together. I don't know what you mean. Beep. Fauci is in bed with Gates? Really? Are they sleeping together? Are they partners? I can see Fauci as kind of like a Tim Gunn kind of guy, you know? In fact, I wouldn't doubt Dr. Fauci could like redesign Mar-a-Lago to have instantaneous Q-tip tests whenever Donald Trump goes in the building. They could just stick a Q-tip in his nose to make sure he's COVID tested. Yeah. Okay, everybody, we're going to have a Q-tip test here, and Donald Trump is going to show us how to stick the Q-tip 6 inches in our head. Check out the accessory rack. Let's just make it work, everyone. Yeah, I could just see that happening. Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci in a lover's tryst. Click on the video with her talking. She names her boss, really? Oh, she slips up and names her boss. This is good. Dr. Birx tells the truth, which is very odd, considering she lies all the time. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to be with you again.
Do we have enough infrastructure to contact trace the way that we need to?
I think that's why the criteria that you can see the gates that are that the federal government has recommended are.
Do we have enough infrastructure to contact trace the way that we need to?
I think that's why the criteria that you can see the gates that are that the federal government has recommended are.
Whoa. She told us that the Gates government... Let's see if I can impersonate her voice.
Do we have enough infrastructure to contact trace the way that we need to?
I think
that's
why
That's why
criteria that
the criteria
you can see the gates that are.
You can see the gates that are up.
That the federal government has recommended are.
You can see the gates. Yeah, I could almost get there, but she's got that premenopausal sound or postmenopausal sound women get when they start sounding like a dude. All right. New York's Andrew Cuomo warns against blindly reopening states. Dude, there's nothing going on in New York. You faked the whole thing, including those U-Haul trucks the other day. I totally exposed those. Very whiny. Oh, yeah. She sounds like a total... She acts like she's attracted to these men. Or worse than that, the men are attracted to her. That's what she acts like. She's like a 70-year-old woman who's like trying to flaunt her sexuality among the male doctors like Dr. Fauci. Boy, he's got a bad track record, the way he covered up the 28 million vaccines that were poisonous, causing cancer. Oh man, he's going to be answering to war crimes when I get through with Dr. Fauci. He will be reviewed by a grand jury over, up, and down. I've never met a woman under 70 that wore those. No, usually women wear those after 70. The scarves. I know that Jane Fonda wears them, and she's in her 80s. Or late 80s or something, I'm not sure. Nancy Grace is questioning Biden's response to sexual assault accusation. Yeah, Nancy Grace is getting into it. If anybody accused me, I would be on fire. Really? Fire, do. Nancy Grace. What do you got? We haven't seen her in a long time. Her.
Anybody accused me of pushing them up against a wall, sticking my hand down their skirt and digitally penetrating them, I would be on fire.
Oh, come on, Nancy. You're trying to give Biden an excuse for touching a woman in her vagina? Hey, you know what really bothered me about Joe Biden is his first response was he didn't remember. Wait a second, you don't forget putting your finger in a woman's vagina. You either remember not doing it or you don't. It's like, come on. I didn't remember. It's like this guy is over the top, man. Sounds like he had been digitally penetrated to the point where he became a she. And then she started saying what we just heard. Well, it's to hide the neck aging that goes on. I mean, I as you can see, 160 years old and look great. I have a little bit of I don't even have a double chin. See? the miracle of Fountain of Youth water has helped me retain my elasticity and my flubber. All right. It sounded like she said digitally penetrated. Maybe these people are robots being digitally penetrated. You have digitally penetrated me with the binary code. 1100110011 beep. Well, I don't know. Maybe he thought he put his finger in her anus and didn't realize it was her vagina. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like if you can't remember that, there's something wrong with your memory or you're lying. One or the other. It's not like you can. There's like an in-between area, you know. Do you want to just talk about this ridiculous Tara Reade thing when we have 23 accusations of Trump engaging in touching of women? Yeah, he faces assault charges, 23 different assault charges he's faced. How is Biden's one example of possibly penetrating a woman that was on his staff while being married and committing adultery? How does that measure up against all these womanizing attempts? Karen Johnson is at least the 23rd woman to accuse Trump of misconduct. There she is. Melania. That's right. This is a lot of women. And it's not just that. It's like there's 23 women came forth with an on-record account of sexual misconduct by the president. Oh, yeah. And while the president has publicly faced allegations from 24 women, this book reveals another 43 allegations of inappropriate behavior, including 26 other incidences of unwanted sexual conduct. So Donald Trump is up there with, he's in the Mile High Club of sexual harassment charges. Yeah, I'll give you the link. It's an old link, but I posted it. It's in the Trump Sucks section. Trump Sucks section. Yeah, so I've really gotten pissed off at DLive. It really bothers me that they're literally keeping me down, and everyone who wants to come into DLive now gets this refresher screen. And all of my favorite people, like Insane Canadian and Green Tea, a lot of these people are having problems getting in. Ron Hilton, yeah, big fan, man. Well, I'm glad the protesters were gathering in Orange County about staying inside. I think it's good that the Trump supporters are doing what they want and living up to their idea of freedom. I'm actually okay with that. I'm not encouraging it, but I'm okay with it. I would rather they drove around in their cars because we all know what kind of crap is being sprayed in the air. Maybe we don't know what kind of crap is being sprayed in the air, you know? Vaughn, just stop. Okay, we're being censored here too. Okay, refresh, folks. We just got hit hard. So if you are a big fan of Donald Trump, recognize that he's now planning on force vaccinating all of you Republicans, as well as Democrats. Just bear in mind that that's what's happening now. So either you get beyond this campaign, you really don't have anybody you can vote for in 2020 besides me. I'm sorry to say. And now that we know now that Trump really is a member of what I consider the New World Order. And you know why they don't ban me for calling this the Trump is a puppet of the New World Order? Because I wasn't the person that brought up the words New World Order. George H.W. Bush did. A New World Order. Not the law of the jungle. Yeah, remember that? So I didn't bring this up. This isn't my purpose. I'm here just to reveal the truth on a daily basis. The Sustainable Saturday is not sustainable if our economy is shut down, period. So I don't know about you, but originally we were an anti-war group. Now I'm a pro-economy group, okay? I never would have shut the country down. Oh, Ilyan Omar, do you want to answer to why you married your brother to make him a citizen of the United States?
But I wanted to say to Julie that I have a confession to make. We're actually organizing the infiltration of Muslims.
Wow. She gets money from Qatar. The Qatar government gives her money for her election in her home state. And the government of Donald Trump has never even prosecuted her for illegal immigration violations with her brother. We know for a fact she married her brother to make him a U.S. citizen. Never approached her on the fact that she got illegal funding from Qatar to become the representative. What is Donald doing? Nothing. He's not prosecuting anyone. And all you Trump supporters who are Q-tards think Donald's going to do this next month. Donald's going to reveal the emails of Anthony Weiner. Those emails are still out there, I'm sure. Somebody probably in the NYPD has a copy of them, but Donald never asked for a copy. What's wrong with you people that you still keep thinking Donald's going to stop the deep state when he is the deep state? They own him. Go ahead. What's your question? I don't know. You know, a lot of things are violations of the emoluments clause. The emoluments clause. Yeah. But nothing happened in any of that effort to reveal the emoluments clause and how we see the emoluments clause perceived. It was designed to shield the federal officers of the United States against so-called corrupting foreign influences. It is a violation of the emoluments clause, yes. What the hell was that? That was weird. I don't know what the hell that. Maybe I actually hit my keyboard at Cool Rock. You never present any information about reptilian videos? You know, pushing the element on. I don't want to denigrate my show by talking about reptilians. It does sound like a textbook case, but it's also an FEC violation. But sure. If they're still funding her, why not? Okay, well, we're not going to play any music for you right now, but I've got all kinds of fun stuff. I was showing people how we have all these great set songs, too. Like Hotel California. I can only play a few notes. Okay, have fun with coolrock.com whenever you want. Yeah, hopefully Ken will deal with the fact that, you know, he was upset by my behavior, but I'm very, very defensive when it comes to my website. What's my take on David Icke? I think he used my ideas and ran with them. I think a lot of people have been watching my show for some time, and David ran with them, and he got taken down, you know. I'm very careful about how I present my ideas, like when I talk about the 5G network. I talk about the safety factors and how I want to come up with solutions that'll help buffer the field radiation danger. Whereas he's drawing other conclusions that I originally talked about. I'm more than willing to talk about that, but just not in our recorded broadcast. Yeah, I'm not going to use code words either to talk about that. I think his work regarding reptilians is bizarre. I think the fact that he openly said that he was Jesus Christ was equally bizarre. We've never seen any real photographs of reptilians. So saying that there are reptilians out there is kind of an odd, you know, statement. Saying you see photographs in eyes and photographs in archives of video, you might have a point. There's some really weird things I've seen in video, you know, like little glitches. But I've also seen little glitches in video too. So if you're one of those people that believe that David Icke is the son of God, I feel sorry for you, including him. I'd rather show people who are really, you know, trying to talk about what happened in Wuhan, like, yeah, George Webb.
Coronavirus timeline. This is going to be about the coronavirus timeline, and we had a distinguished author here yesterday saying what you need to do is lay out a coronavirus timeline so everybody can follow all the stories that are circulating around coronavirus. So that's what we're going to do. But first, we're going to go all the way back to Frank Plummer and Dr. K and Dr. Q in Winnipeg. So we're going to cover that. But first, I want to give people an idea of why I said Mattia Benassi or Matt Benassi, who both went to the Wuhan Games, were patient zero, and why I think Mattia was patient zero. Remember, the Chinese government believes it's the athletes, the 300 athletes.
Okay, I was just rehearsing what I was saying. George Webb was a person that went out of his way to describe a shared bit of information about those two men he just mentioned. And actually, the man and a woman that were in the Wuhan sporting event games, that were involved with the bioweapons labs. Those two people he just mentioned actually were at that location. It's true. And they did get sick. We don't have any film of them stumbling, though, and if the Chinese government has film of that, they should probably make it public. That would draw the possibility that those two people who had worked at bioweapons lab in the Army were the ones ground zero that happened. So George Webb is pitching that idea, which may be true. Then again, we've got evidence that there's knowledge out there of this virus dating back to Michigan State lawmakers doing a June 20th decision-making process where they actually talked about COVID-19 in their epidemic response spending bill. You know how key Michigan is right now and how the socialist governor is behaving like a real nutcase, denying people their freedom. Well, they were trying to appropriate $125 million to get the thing going back in June. Well, that pushes the timeline from October back to June of 2019. Yeah, so that's a very serious, weird allegation. We also know that basically Dr. Fauci, I showed you earlier, was giving $3.7 million to that Wuhan virology lab under Obama. Yet Trump doesn't want to talk about that, which is very suspicious considering Trump is still endorsing the position Dr. Fauci has that we're still needing to remain closed down to be on the safe side. This is something else entirely. Hey there, Brew. What this is right now is a rollout of the 5G network while we're all hiding in our houses. That's what it is. And we've got wind of this early on, and right now they're feverishly working on the 5G network as we sit here. They've got lots of installers trying to put this stuff in schools. This has been going on for some time. Yeah, I'll play that later tonight, the George Webb one. It's very interesting. The American Jobs Alliance has declared that boycotting China to protect not only American jobs, but corporate interests as well as national security. It has evidence by drones policing American cities made from Chinese drone companies. Yeah. Well, if they want to release drones with viruses, they would do that too, wouldn't they? I do, Brew. I think the 5G and the rollout of Starlink and the recent partnership between Bill Gates and Elon Musk to deploy 1 million beacons out there, satellite beacons that can be bounced off the 5G network. That looks like they're installing what appears to be a weapon. The 5G network has mysteriously not been tested in the US, and when they did test it in Russia, like I said earlier, there's more and more evidence that the the government knows a lot more about this than they're letting on, and there hasn't been any testing done on the 5G systems. Russia found that there were numerous problems with the 5G system, and then that story kind of went away. So because they're not testing it fully for safety, implies that it's being weaponized. There's no other assumption we can make. We also know that our government's been purchased or bought off by very large brokers, financial brokers that own and operate the Federal Reserve. We know that they're borrowing a tremendous amount of money against our balance sheet right now, putting us in almost a dire situation economically. So what they're doing right now is a power grab, in case you're trying to figure this out. And they've hijacked Trump, and they've got his all of his operations under their thumb because they, of course, own him. They paid for his election. The Russian oligarchs funded him. The Russian oligarchs answer to Vladimir Putin, and Vladimir Putin answers to the Jacob Rothschild. We also know that on the Western side, AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Action or Political Affairs Committee, has deep connections to the Chabad Leibovitch organization, which is Donald Trump's private piggy bank, if you will. And he's been going there because his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his daughter, Ivanka, are active members at Chabad Leibovitch. That, too, is connected to Jacob Rothschild. The Russian oligarchs, all the connections. The Federal Reserve, our own Federal Reserve, is owned by Jacob Rothschild. So we're really in the clutches of the people that control us, and now what they're doing is just going like this. Until they squeeze us all out and dispense us. Bye-bye 90% of humanity. Now, if you want this to happen, and you're okay with it, then by all means just sit there and continue doing nothing. Earth is just fine. No, it's not. You're killing it. No. I don't know who you are, but you're not going to be in here very long, Burrito Stash. Yeah. You're out of here too, sticky hands. I got to show you something, folks. This is pretty funny. Look at how heavy the censorship is at iVlog. I've got 6 chatters and 51 viewers now. When I first started the show at iVlog, the chatter and viewer numbers were identical. That's how bad the censorship is. They only let a few chatters in, and they're mostly like robots. Yet we've got 50 viewers over at iVlog. The numbers keep growing, too. Yeah, they haven't put a hit count lock on that yet. But they have over at DLive. We were up to 12 people in the evening, and now we're down to 5 locked in. So this is also, DLive has also been blocked out. We're being censored right now as well. Well, Vaughn's the only one that people let in because Mark is he's actually handpicked your IPs to be allowed in the show. None of you guys are aware, but you've been handpicked to be regulars here. Mark is leaving a scrim of some sort of normality in our show. Many of you have had a hard time getting in and couldn't even get in our show. And then we also have another shadow banning going on over here. What's really interesting about Periscope is I've got a Periscope show going right now. We never ever see the real number of people watching the show. I'm shadow banned, and when I go back to look at the viewership, it's over 100. So we never see anybody actually writing anything in our chat room either. That's another, Periscope is also shadow banned. So we're still looking at new alternatives for video. I'm sure they do, but the point I'm making is not that moderators are harassing people, it's that we don't really have a ability to get past the chat DDoS attack. Our viewership is around the globe is great. We've got UHF viewership. People watch our show over and over again because they don't have the internet. And we offer internet access by showing you things that are kind of cutting edge on the internet, like this from RT. Musk has always talked through both sides of his mouth. You know, he says one thing and does another. Well, now he's saying he's selling all for the freedom as Tesla loses $14 billion on his tweets. And now he's just throwing it all away, and he wants to completely go without any money. The stock of the electric car manufacturer dropped over 10% at the close of NASDAQ trading. The CEO who triggered the nosedive by tweeting that Tesla's share price was too high, got a $2.4 billion hole in his fortune. Yeah. It's like he doesn't want the share price to get up too high. Literally, because he wants to buy back his stock. I'm serious. This guy actually wants to work a deal where he can get fronted money from somebody. Who knows? Maybe the people that are putting him together with the 5G network, and all that money he's getting from SpaceX. But he wants to take that money and buy back his stock on Tesla. He really does. So he was saying his stock was too high, and it cost him $14 billion. And this is after he has had his hands slapped by the SEC for trying to manipulate stock prices. Wow. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? So we're coming down the line here. We've got a lot of good stuff tonight in the lineup. One woman has developed a very clever way of wearing her air mask. Watch this.
Hello, how you doing?
Pretty good. I need 10 on purple ones, please.
Where'd you get that mask from?
Well, since we have to wear them and it makes it harder to breathe, this makes it a lot easier to breathe.
Cutting it? Yeah, I'll do that too. Thanks for the advice.
Okay.
Hello, how you doing?
Pretty good. I need 10 on purple ones, please.
So she knows that she can get into any place with an air mask on, right? Well, thank you for telling me. Well, we may be ending our time at iVlog. If there's something people are doing illegally on iVlog, I want to get out of there. Yeah, because they're just literally turning our show into a disaster, but I've got more viewers than ever. We just picked up a viewer at iVlog. So they're censoring people. People can't even get into chat. You guys are watching me at iVlog. I don't know. I can't even trust. If you can tell me something's going on at iVlog, I'd like to hear it. I have yet to hear any bad things. That was silly. There was no joke. She cut a glory hole in the mask. You didn't get the joke? Well, there wasn't a joke. The joke's on you. The joke's on you for voting for Trump. Yeah, now he's going to first vaccinate every Republican out there. With the chip, the 666 chip. Video does not exist? You're kidding me, really? Wow, looks like 153 got taken down again. That's hilarious. There he is right there. Yeah, we're seeing all kinds of things happen. What was that video? Let me make sure I know what it is. Because censorship kills. Wow. They had to censor their own channel. Well, that's a first. I'll have to tell Scissorfight about that.
Well, I think that they have to get the shot. The vaccinations are so important. This is really going around now. They have to get their shots.
All right, you heard it from the president. You have to get your shots. That means COVID IDing and the 666 chip. So if you are concerned and you're Republican, write your president, contact him online saying you're not going to take the chip. I know you Republicans are going to stand up in arms against this guy if he tries to force vaccinate you. I can just sense your anger brewing right now. Oh, yeah. It's going to turn right on Donald Trump. All of his supporters are Christian, and all of them are very concerned about the chip. Hey, by the way, B. Mitch, you're going to have to leave too because you don't belong here. Yeah, you guys think you could pull this one off on literally keep people from coming in here and then only allow your own cronies? You got the wrong deal at iVlog. My viewership is going to continue to skyrocket even there. Well, I don't think... Maybe she did buy a Tesla stock. I'm not sure. Yeah. But that's not the important issue here. You're immunocompromised. You literally can't take the vaccine. Oh, well, then you'll be chipped. Either way, you're going to be chipped. Right? They're going to start with just COVID testing and chipping people, and then they'll say, well, we'll have to install a new modern chip and pull the one out of you, and you'll have your hand being ripped open every time. Oh yeah, it's not exactly a fun feeling to have something injected inside of you. Plus, they have a stamp that goes on and tattoos your hand with an invisible tattoo. Oh, it's all totally legal, even though it's never been checked for human safety. Oh, I know they won't. Not over your dead body, I know. You won't let them happen. Well, that's how the Christians feel that voted for Donald Trump. So literally, everyone who voted for Donald Trump will turn on him in the next couple months. There's no way he's going to get elected if he force vaccinates his own electorate. This is a guaranteed loss. I don't think AI worked this out. If AI worked this out, they would have realized that this is going to cost them the election. Well, I hope you get around every mandatory rule. I'm praying for you, man. But none of you have to be chipped. You all have the right to protect your body. And all of the consent forms that are out there are part of your legal parameters as a person under the patient right advocacy laws. If you want to look it up, there's a really good legal resource for all of you to research this out of England. And we have similar laws to England. And all of these are right there for all of you to look at. You feel free to do that. Really? We got North Korea at war with South Korea? Well, maybe Kim Jong-un is not alive right now, yeah. No, there's nothing there. There's nothing going on with North Korea that I can spot. No, I think you're making that up. You realize it's illegal to threaten, make up stories about wars going on? You realize that you're committing a felony, right? Okay, if you can link it, that'd be great. Yeah, pulled some strings in D.C. Well, if I can tell you, when I'm president of the United States, Governor Inslee will be my #1 problem to deal with. Yeah, he's definitely been a problem for everybody. He seems to be empowered by his little power, and he violated your constitutional rights when he said he's going to force COVID test everybody in the state of Washington. He's going to have to be tried. We're going to have to charge him with a war crime, along with Dr. Fauci. About an hour later, Musk claimed that he had made Grimes, who's pregnant with his couple's first child, mad at me and told another user that she was due to give birth on Monday. Well, thanks for telling me the little inside information on Grimes and Elon Musk. Is Grimes his daughter? Or are they married? Or what's going on with that? Oh, Trump has definitely gone Hitler. No question about it. You guys voted for him, so you're going to have to deal with it. I didn't vote for him, thankfully. Yeah, so check your consent forms, everybody, if you want to, read that. This is all about forced vaxes are illegal. Yeah, you have to get consent to get any kind of a treatment in America. You cannot do something without consent. You can't do any procedural action against somebody's body without consent. Otherwise, you're open to massive criminal and civil penalties. Well, it's a violation of your personage. It is considered assault with a deadly weapon to stick a needle in somebody. It's a criminal offense. So anybody who tries to stick a needle in you without your consent is criminally involved, and theoretically you have the right to defend yourself under law. There's no precedent for forced vaccinations anywhere in any law in America, even under emergency rules. Okay, I found something. North Korea fires on South's guard post after Kim Jong-un resurfaces. How did we go back to the Holocaust? We never got rid of the people that were behind the Holocaust. Okay, so apparently this was like a bravado move. Thank you for that information. Now I know. AP has it. Okay. Big bravado move. South Korea says its troops have exchanged gunfire with North Korea along their tense border. Yep. No casualties, but definite gunfire. Okay. Right. Corroboration. This is more of a what I call a saber rattling by North Korea, because they want to make sure that the North Korean leader is standing up to any questions about his leadership. Unfortunately, they don't have the keen eyesight and amazing ability to spot a fake person who's not the leader. The key is this is not Kim Jong-un. His teeth are too messed up to be Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un has a very straight mouth right in here. It's more, and he probably would never want his teeth to look like that. They're just using a little saber rattling to shore up their government. The generals probably worked out a deal where they're trying to sideline the sister right now while they adjust to the possibility that their leader is dead. I'm not declaring war, no. Free America now or face a hot war? How about a hot Carl? Yeah, I think that there's going to be a definite face-off in the streets, so you can wait for that to happen. I'm sure Trump supporters who listening to him recently believe that they have to incite riots. That's totally wrong for Trump to incite riots like he's doing. So chances are it's going to be some loose-lipped Trump supporter who still doesn't understand Trump wants to vaccinate him. Yeah, well, I don't know. They've got impersonators for everybody out there. They've got guys that look like me out there, too. Impersonators of me, sure. There have been a lot of those over the years. Oh, yeah. Problem is, everybody who tries to impersonate me gets old, and I continue to get younger. So, I don't know. I think I need more sleep. That's that much I believe. I've been noticing I'm getting that William Macy look under my eyes. You know, the years of drinking too much and wondering why his shameless career didn't catapult him into another role in a major movie. So this gig's a little bit better than the other one. Pays better, that's for sure. Drinking on the set of Shameless didn't really work for me. I became a major drinker and I had to have my face changed, and I turned into David Spanheim. Oh, sorry. But yeah, there's William Macy. He's much shorter than me, of course. Do I sound like a cop? Or my benefactor, my favorite Martian, he could always stand in for me. He looked more like me than most. I never really expected to look like this guy when I was watching him as a kid. Ray Walston. Day by day. Oh, we're flipping? Yes. But the more I look at him, the more I realize maybe I am my favorite Martian. I have a much larger head than he had, though. My ears are larger. My body's larger. But I do look like him, no question about it. I know. Bill Bixby and I worked very closely on the set. Bill Bixby died of prostate cancer. Poor guy. We're getting past the 10 o'clock hour and I'm having too much fun, so. No, we're not asking any incriminating questions. We know you're just angry, man. We're not the thought police. I saw Michael Moore's Planet of the Humans documentary, Ben-Hur. We watched it today. It's sick. It's sick. It endorses depopulation, which is the New World Order message. We don't support the New World Order message here. There's a guy who looks a little like me. His name is Richard Longcross. He's an actor. His head's slightly different than my size, so let me adjust for head size. But this actor is an English actor, very famous for his, well, I don't know what his roles have been, but I've seen him in only a couple movies. But as you can see, it's very similar. My face is kind of uncanny. I don't know. They've accused him of a lot of things. I don't know anything other than the fact that he's some English guy. No, I'm not portly at all. In fact, I've got a very slender body shape. I'm much more, well, my body doesn't look like Tinky Winky, if that's what you're asking me. I know some of you are really fond of Tinky Winky. I look like D.B. Cooper, really? I don't know. D.B. Cooper, they never found him. And he made only $200,000, which he hid from, you know, anyone's location. I don't look a bit like D.B. Cooper. No. That's D.B. Cooper. And granted, I would have been the same age as D.B. Cooper during that time period, but I didn't fly on any planes during that time period. And you can't track me to any flight records. And my parachuting ability has been well noted. I have no professional training whatsoever. But making that money back then, investing in gold, really did pay off. Not. That would be kind of funny if that was, you know. We never did find out who that was. Max Headroom. Yeah, I look a little like Max Headroom. Well, Max Headroom was styled after me. I did a routine in front of everyone in Hollywood in 1978, in which here's Gene Nelson, the famous actor. Gene Nelson looked a little bit like, yeah. But the whole thing, I did a comedy routine one night at the Comedy Store, and it was so popular that everyone was saying, Dave, you should do that again. Even the guy I did that with thought that I would be really good at comedy with him. He said, oh, he's going to do comedian routine himself, and he fell flat on his face. And then right after that, Max Headroom came out. And I said, hey, why is everyone acting like I'm Max Headroom? Because, Dave, you are Max Headroom. That's what everyone said to me. I mean it. They said, David, you are Max Headroom. It's like I never really understood that until I realized, oh my God, they'd seen my video, or they'd seen my performance. It's a live performance. Some people say I look like Smiling Bob. This guy was arrested for falsely claiming he was going to help with your erectile dysfunction. You got to admit, I mean, there is a similarity. But I mean, anybody could look like this, not just me. Oh, sorry. I am the original Max Headroom, yes. That's what everyone told me back then, so I assumed they were right. I'm also the guy that tried to start a political movement in the center of the political spectrum back in 2008. A guy by the name of David Sponheim, running in 2012 after Barack Obama beat him, because I never got any media time whatsoever. And I would like to bring those parties together, I really would. But man, talk about wrestling a tiger. Every party thinks that they are the ones that deliver the actual message. They don't want to compromise. We even tried to create the centrist alliance, and it fell apart because one group decided to create bylaws for all the other groups. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I was able to give you guys some information about consent to treatment. You do not have to consent to treatment. None of us have to be stuck with needles. Yeah, I'm not Frankenstein. Well, it's not my complexion that's yellowed. Actually, it's the lighting in the room. Yeah, see how close I look like Frankenstein? I mean, you got to admit, we do look alike. I won't be stuck with a needle. You can't vaccinate me. My skin is too thick. Well, I think we've covered the territory. I didn't want to, belabor your time anymore. Live protest, Los Angeles. We could go live there right now. Take a look. Or this was live earlier today. Orange County, California. People are not happy with this economy being shut down.
Got the police helicopter down below. Did they bump us up? Where is he? I saw him not too long ago. Huntington Beach Police.
He's coming through. Watch.
There he is. I got him. You got eyes on him, right? Yeah, he's really low.
Watch how close the helicopter gets to the people. Here we go.
You what? You are? Oh, that'd be so great. Thank you.
So it's not like people are abiding by any laws in Orange County.
Here to your 9 o'clock if you can help it. That'll be what I'm aiming for if you can.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to patrol social distancing in that environment. No way. Yes, it's to get back to business. Yes. Open the economy. That's what they want. They simply want to have a normal life like Sweden.
Pull out and then push it on him.
Go ahead.
There you go. Beautiful.
There it is, the helicopter right there in front of the screen. Yeah, they want their economy open. I don't blame them. I never would have shut down the economy. It was a big mistake Donald Trump did. It's gotten to be ridiculous. It really has. It's now when all the hospitals are clearly empty, now is really getting ridiculous. So all you have to do to tell your Republican friends, number one, Donald Trump wants to force vaccinate with the chip, okay? And the hospitals are empty. Say those things to your Republican friends. And tell them if they want to drive down to their hospital and check it out themselves, they should. They can keep their windows rolled up. Just tell it like it is, man. Donald Trump wants to force vaccinate and chip everybody. Yeah, and this will destroy Donald Trump's chance of re-election and Joe Biden's chance of re-election. I will become your president in 2021. We're still way ahead of the election, folks. This is the beginning of a big movement. Now, I've done this not reluctantly. I've done this almost with unparalleled dedication. Nobody could have done 600 shows, let alone 4,000 shows, to get to this point where we're still fighting these bastards as they try to keep us from people coming into our room and interacting. They think they got our chat room shut down. They don't realize I've got massive viewership around the globe. And my UHF viewership is talking. Everyone's saying, yeah, this guy's being censored left and right. I know, we'll be getting bumper stickers tonight. I've got bumper stickers in mind. I'll work on that tonight. This will be my big goal, is to create hats and bumper stickers, okay? Thank you. You know, part of doing a 14-hour show is taking up a lot of my time. Just getting lineup of videos and getting it all laid out and talking during the show. Thank you, I appreciate it. Well, that's what we're going to try to do, is we're trying to take over the two-party system, and we've been doing this for 12 years, so I think we really are close to a breakthrough, but we just are being censored heavily across the board. Live long and prostate. Okay. Home goy. Okay, man. I don't know how you got in the room. There must have been multiple screen grabs to stop. They're censoring a lot of people here. Bobbleheads? Well, I don't make a bobblehead of myself, but maybe I can find something similar. You know, I'm only going to go through Cafe Press because Spreadshirt shut my account down. It's run by a Republican, so the guy just shut my account down. We used to sell Spreadshirt, and they just flat out canceled us. So I'm going to go to Cafe Press and see what I can do tonight. I'll see if I can get the hats made and at least some other things. like bumper stickers. Now we have bumper stickers right now. I'll show you where they are. We'll go to Cool Rock and tune you into my local hub where I hang out, and this is what I do at night. And Cool Rock is totally unique that you can move anything you want. When the show's on, you can watch the show, and we're on now 14 hours a day. X out anything you want, activate flash, and you're ready to go. You got our Flipboard links right here. It'll take you to our Flipboard, which is full of 37 magazines now, filled with great links you'll never find anywhere in the mainstream media. And then going down to all these tools, really fun stuff you can play with. But yeah, you can catch our website right here, America's Third Party. And it'll take you to this page and then our store. We're going to have to get rid of those links to Vaughn because those are inactive now. I click on the sign, forget the t-shirts because those are inactive. This one takes you here. And I think I've got bumper stickers in here. Let me take a look. Nope, they got rid of them. Okay, so I'll get bumper stickers going. Thank you. Yeah, we've had a few problems with those sites. They just keep dumping stuff off of our thing. I will try to raise the minimum wage, and I agree that's what people need right now, but I've got a workaround. I've got a workaround with minimum wage. Oh yeah, I definitely want to prosecute people, unlike Barack Obama and Donald Trump, who never did anything. Barack Obama needs to be looked at as prosecution due to the fact that he impersonated a heterosexual Christian man when he was a homosexual Muslim man married to a transgender. We've got to look into that. We have to look into Benghazi, of course, because there's still some questions I need to ask Hillary Clinton that were not asked by Troy or by the, was it Troy? What was his name? Forget his name. He left. Yeah, whatever. Trey Gowdy. Yeah, he's no longer, he's now a TV personality. He forgot to ask a couple key questions of Hillary. He never got to the questions that I would have asked her. She would have been stumped for an answer. Trey Gowdy did a piss poor job of interviewing her. Bad work. Should have been a professional. Should have been somebody who's really good at prosecuting. He did a piss poor job. Now he's out of politics. So raising minimum wage, one of the ways I want to do it is to actually introduce my infrastructure bank idea, which will be a way of getting out of debt for our country. It's a pathway away from the Federal Reserve, and it's a way to end the Fed eventually. Building a parallel infrastructure bank, having it run similar tasks as the Federal Reserve, but mostly investing in U.S. businesses, hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. Now this bypasses the minimum wage laws because the Democrats and Republicans will not actually agree on this. But I would like to see $15 an hour minimum wage. I would. But the Republicans are not going to do it. So this is a bypass. We'll be prosecuting Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx for a war crime, putting all of us in danger. And now all the people that are being neglected by hospitals because of this fear of COVID, which is way overboard, will be looked at. Anybody now who's trying to keep this entire siege against our country going will be considered an enemy of the state and will be prosecuted as a war criminal. Not only in U.S. court, but also in international court under The Hague. I think we have to look really now at the really genocidal nature of the people that are behind this. I believe that the perpetrators of 9/11 were the same people that are doing this. It's not a stretch to think that we, could be dealing with the same people because we never caught the perpetrators of the 9/11 attack. There's still 18 people that are missing. We never found any of those people, those Saudi Arabians that allegedly flew the planes. But the number one guy on my list will be Bill Gates. We'll be asking him questions about his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, why he hid all of his information about what he was doing, and why he got his employee off of charges for possessing pictures of rape porn. Yeah, children's rape porn. We need to ask him how he got his worker, who was his media engineer, off of those charges. How did that happen? We need to talk to prosecutors, because normally anyone with 6,500 images of child rape porn would be considered, a serious 6-year jail sentence minimum. So he only got 90 days. His Rick Allen Jones, I believe his name was. We ask him about what is going on with his relationship with the Rockefellers. We need to know how involved his father was with the Rockefellers, because it turns out the Rockefellers were behind the 1918 death of 100 million people. And I remember reading about this in history when I was a kid. And it came back to me and said, yeah, they had a tainted vaccine during the Spanish flu that spread the disease like wildfire. All my points: no vaccines, no microchips, no 5G, no New World Order. All these things are good. I'm modifying the 5G network. I don't want to take out the infrastructure. I want to make it safe. I don't see the point of destroying infrastructure. We need to make sure it's safe for humans, though. Right now, it doesn't seem like 5G is safe. It could be weaponized. But getting back to what I was saying earlier, his father, William H. Gates, who's still good friends with David Rockefeller Jr., their relationship was integral in getting Bill Gates the money that he got from IBM. And we need to know how deeply involved he is with the Rockefellers, because it does seem like the Rockefellers' big goal was to depopulate, and still is. And the Rockefellers are just doing the work of the Rothschilds, who fund them. We know this is a fact throughout history. They use very powerful families in America to control our activities. So you will truly have the first American president who's connected to no corporation and no government entity. You will have the first presidential person who will be your representative, the people of this country. Never before have we ever truly had a representative of the people. Jimmy Carter, the first thing he did was join the Trilateral Commission. I would never join the Trilateral Commission, ever. They're too connected at the hip with the Council on Foreign Relations, which are connected to the Masons who are trying to control our destiny. I would never join them. What we'll be doing is doing the most difficult thing any administration has ever done: shrink the budget. Well, B. Mitch, we didn't know if you were here for knowledge or not, so we gave you a 1-hour timeout. I don't know how you got back. You must have refreshed. All right. At least I didn't hush you. Yeah, I really don't know who's in the room for real, because I've got very few chatters in D-Live at iVlog. We want to ask, don't forget Joan Rivers. Yeah, we need to know about Michelle Obama. That's true. Well, the fact that his power is all derived from his dad and his connection to the Rockefellers, and the fact that the Rockefellers were instrumental in killing off 100 million people. Okay, thank you. I'll keep you in, B. Mitch. Thank you. The fact that the Rockefellers were involved in killing off 100 million people with a bad influenza B virus that was added to the vaccine, and they were never prosecuted because John D. Rockefeller was too powerful, implies they're doing this again. Once a genocidal family, always a genocidal family. So don't think for a second that we're not onto them. These are really weak links here. We can definitely stop them from doing what they're doing if we act politically right now. But acting politically involves getting me on the ballot in your state. If you want to go to our old site button, you can find that out. If you don't want to do that and you just want to sit and watch the show, then at least write my name in the upcoming election, okay? And think. The same person who believes the earth is overpopulated wants to save your life with a vaccine. I don't think so. So this strongly resembles what appears to be genocide already conducted 102 years ago by the Rockefellers. So we'll be acting in accordance with all the laws of the land to stop any genocidal maniac from implementing such a horrible plan. Meanwhile, if you want to come back, tomorrow we'll talk about Sanctuary Sunday. We'll talk about how we want to improve the environment we're living in, not blame the environment we're living in. Michael Moore show that I saw absolutely looks like they're trying to push for depopulation, which is the New World Order agenda. And I made a point earlier in our pre-show of showing you Michael Moore and the deception here. Michael Moore's weight, they say, is like 200 pounds. And I don't know. I mean, anybody who says their weight is 200 pounds and looks like this, he has a pretty bad diet going on. If that's 200 pounds and I'm Uncle Wiggily and the children are part of a group rap session, I mean, this is weird. I can't imagine anybody claiming he's 200 pounds looking like that. So you can look it up. He claims he's 95 kilograms. I don't believe it. So the fact that the man lies about his weight, and God knows what else he's lying about, his mansion. He has a mansion. He's worth $50 million. He's part of the 1%. Well, maybe he eats 200 pounds a day. Good point. Accidental death. Oh, I'm sorry. Accidental birth. But yeah, anybody with an estate this big with $50 million telling us that we all need to depopulate, it sounds like a hypocrite. And I don't believe this house cost $2 million. No, I think it's worth far more than that. That's like a castle. It's a big house. It's not exactly a lightweight operation. It is like a castle. Look at that thing. It's phenomenal. I'm not spiting him for having a nice house. I think that's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with him making money. The fact that he's acting like we should all depopulate, what the hell, man? You don't even take care of your own diet plan. How are you going to tell people to build immunity to a disease? And you'll notice that not one time did Donald Trump try to encourage you to get better healthy-wise. He's not talking about how you can improve your immunity against all disease. None of his people, Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, have ever mentioned how to build up personal immunity. All they want to talk about is the agenda of vaccinations. And by the way, this virus is mutating with the RNA structure. There's no way you could ever have a vaccine made for it that would work. It may work for one person, but not for the rest of the world. I can also tell you that the vaccine is not the only problem. Herd immunity is impossible. We'll never have herd immunity with a virus that's mutating. What we will have is personal, individual immunity. So forget this collectivist thinking of forced vaccinations and get back to holistic thinking of building up our immunity, all of you. So that means get plenty of water, get at least 2 cycles of rest, about 6 hours total of sleep. I mean, I literally had 6 hours last night. I had to force myself to get it because I was really feeling really tired last night. And hopefully I'll get more tonight. But getting a little sun is important, 15 to 20 minutes of sun a day. And try your hardest to minimize your stress. Stress is a killer. Eating things like ginger and garlic is already good. There's also vitamin A, very important to your immune health. Vitamin C is important. It's an antioxidant. Linus Pauling suggested it. Vitamin D is extremely important. That comes from the sun as well as supplements. And of course, zinc. Very important. Very important. Zinc is a super important thing. All right, we're going to say goodnight. Thank you for coming in. I've been nonstop, so this is almost like a routine, daily routine for me. 14 hours a day, nonstop for 48 days. Tomorrow's day 49. We'll be up again doing it at 11 a.m., but we're here till 1 in the morning every night. All right, thanks for coming in. Mr. Wright.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, cause you're the peace I find. We found. You sweep me off my feet, my faster beat. Cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.